Hello, world. Here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where am I? This is a problem. Oh, good. Okay. It was a simple fix. I was so scared. I thought I would have to restart all of OBS to get my camera back.
Oh, kitty. Oh, no, stay. Baby cat. Look who we got today. It's the bow. It's the bow, kitty. You're so cute. Yes, you are. do you want out? You staying in or going out, kitty? That's an out.
Alrighty. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Vitzer K, Magistrate Ironlung, Marks, Aerith Winterfell, Deathhead, Magistrate Ironlung in a different color, I think. Oh no, you're the same color. Okay. And Killer Clutch, first time. Welcome. Uh-oh is never a good sign. It's true. Boss battle with the cats. Oh, that's great. Thank you so much for donating, Wolf. Oh yeah, I really should have brought up, I don't know if I can do it in the midst of a stream or not. Pull up, stream elements and then just like manually insert the amounts, but I'm all discombobulated. I need to introduce things. So, welcome. If you are new here, here's how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by, not everyone anymore, voted on by those who wrote for the previous week or did at least 2 reviews for the previous week. Then we all write 3 new 50-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then at the end of the week, 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed. They will be read no matter what. And 4 of them are encores. They can be unlocked through cheering. Or at least that's usually how they would be unlocked. And granted, I absolutely still appreciate cheers if you want to cheer. However, this week it will be a little different. We are doing a charity stream for Saveafox. And so the encores will be unlocked through you guys donated to Saveafox. So you'll do what Wolf has just demonstrated here in the Discord stream chat. You donate and then you take a screenshot of your donation and you make sure there's no like sensitive information in that screenshot. And then you post it into the Discord. So one encore is going to be $25 and Wolf has already unlocked our first encore with our first donation. So that is lovely. But yes, I've said this many times, so apologies to those who are going to be hearing this again, but I feel like I should introduce it on the actual stream. Saveafox they are going through some hard times right now. Maybe I should read it off my prompt intro, because I think I phrased it the best when I, understandably, because I actually, had time to sit down and think about how I was phrasing things. Let me begin by explaining why I want to do this. Saveafox is a fox rescue organization based in Minnesota, founded by Michaela Rains. They often rescue foxes who used to be pets or who were from fur farms and give them a safe place to live and run around when they can't be released into the wild. They also rescue other animals as well. Michaela made many YouTube videos of her hanging out with the foxes, feeding them, playing with them, or even when she rescued them. One of the biggest projects they've ever undertaken is when they bought out a fur farm with 500 foxes and rescued them. We have done at least one charity stream for Saveafox before in the past. Unfortunately, tragedy struck the organization recently. The rescue business can often get flack, even more when you are active on social media. Michaela also battled with BPD throughout her life. Michaela had been struggling for a while, even at one point posting on Instagram that after they rescued the foxes from the fur farm, she would find a new head for the organization because her heart could not take the pain of losing so many of the foxes anymore. But from what I can tell, that wasn't the last straw. The last straw was when she was receiving a lot of negativity, and friends of hers, who she cared for and trusted, voiced that same negativity too. Whether it was from that, something else, or just everything bombarding her, Michaela could not take the pain anymore, and ended up committing suicide. I cannot properly explain the situation, so as long as you can stomach it, I highly recommend you watch this video before you start working on your story this week, so you understand the situation and why it matters. I will post the links to those videos in the stream chat. Michaela's husband Ethan, her daughter Freya, her staff, her foxes, and anyone around the world who knew her are dealing with an unimaginable loss. There's not much I can do, but I can at least host a charity stream to do something to support their organization as they go through this tough time. So, this stream, your donations to Saveafox will count towards the encores. And then I already explained the other part. So I picked the prompt Sanctuary for the Lost because I thought that would be fitting for Michaela's legacy and the rescue that she created and the place that she made for the foxes. And I also set the challenge of including a fox in your story somehow. And you guys very much rose to both the prompt and the challenge. The stories this week are great, and I'm very excited to read them. But yeah, like, usually I would not recommend that, like, I wouldn't, I don't know, recommend isn't the right word. Usually I wouldn't tell you to go watch someone else's video while you're listening to my video, but in this case, if you have not seen those videos and you can stomach it because they're very intense, I would recommend watching those videos, or, you know, they're the same video, but one of those videos, to understand what the situation is and why I want to help them. Alrighty. I really thought it was a server hopping doggo, not a color hopping doggo. Nice. I used to do stories here like 3 to 4 years ago, and this is my first time back in a long time. Well, it's great to have you back. Yeah, it's always good to have people return. And look them up after reading the prompt. What a tragic event, and definitely deserve the help. Indeed. Goria, I enjoyed the prompt and the challenge. It can have such a hopeful outlook. Yep, and that was the intention with picking this prompt, is I definitely wanted to make sure to pick a more hopeful prompt for this stream. I think I can see... I think I'm seeing myself on Twitch, yes, behind, and it's annoying me. There we go. Okay. Alrighty, Rue. Oh, yes, I should tell you how you can be guaranteed. So, if you would like to be guaranteed, well, the start isn't the guaranteed, but here are the supporter tiers. So you go over to the server shop on the Discord, and then you have some tiers. There is the $3 tier that, oh, I hear a meow.
Hi. Hello. Yeah, come in.
That gives you access to the secret supporter chat. You can submit prompts, and you can submit 2 submissions to the, you know, weekly submission pool instead of just one. Then you get some emoji. Then the Cocoon and Silk tier, the $5 tier, gives you access to all those things. You can submit 3 submissions, you can submit 6-word prompts, and you will be in the guaranteed section when you're in the stream, provided there are no problems. We've had some issues lately, and I've had to put some supporters in the encores, but usually, almost always, you're going to be in the supporter section. Then for the $10 tier, you get access to all of those things. You can submit 4 submissions. You can submit 7-word prompts. The first prompt that you submit to the secret supporter chat will automatically go to the final poll, provided there are no issues with it, and you may have a universe tag. You need to tag me or DM me or tag me to get that though. What was I gonna say? Oh yes, and then I believe the $5 tier and the $10 tier are also on Twitch. I don't think the $3 tier is. But it will get you the same perks on Twitch, and if you are a Cocoon and Silk on both Discord and Twitch, then that equals the transformed perks. Yes, so there is that. Okie dokie. I think I forgot to write down the list, so I may need to quick do that. Hopefully I can remember what the order is on the top of my head. Okay, I think I remembered it. Alright, without further ado, your list for today is Corian, Death's Head, Little Lady Eva, Lee Strangely, potential bonus 5th, and then for the encores we have Ashikon, Decoy, Spectre, and Galler. Thank you for the donation, Amasa. Well, it is still appreciated. I hope that someone is keeping track of the numbers of the donations. I mean, it's not that hard right now, but it may get hard the more people donate. There may be also another bonus thing at the end of the stream, but I need to get approval from the council on it before that is confirmed that yes, we have a bonus thing. But anywho, I also have a lot of stuff I brought over to show you during the ads. But let us start with our first story that got bumped down because I added the names. Okie dokie. And I know Corian is here because I just saw them talking. Okay. Homecoming by Corian. 347 words. Deep in the woods, I follow it. The fox I nicknamed Sage. I try my best to keep pace with the fox. The heavy weight of my pack resting on my back, the straps digging into my shoulders, my boots crunching the twigs and foliage underneath my feet. Every time I catch up to Sage, he turns back to me, half curled, waiting for me. And I follow. The forest, it's filled with so much greenery, earthy scents, and the chattering of animals and insects that call this home. And not a human in sight. We keep walking until the sky turns blotchy with pink and orange hues, cool air bristling against my skin. I think it's time to set up camp, I say to Sage. Instead of his usual behavior of coming up to me and settling in for the night, Sage takes off running. Pain courses through me as I run to keep Sage in my line of sight. My calves and lungs burning as I follow his twists and turns, maneuvering around fallen trees and branches. Just as fast as he took off running, Sage comes to a halt. I huff, on the verge of wheezing for air. I slide my pack onto the forest floor and sit, hoping taking some extra weight off of my back will help even out my breathing. Sage rests his head on my lap, waiting for me to recollect myself. Once My breathing returns to normal. Sage springs up, vanishing between a curtain of vines and leaves. I push my way through. I'm not prepared for what's waiting on the other side. The smell of wet soil, the sound of softly rushing water, the crackling of a bonfire, and voices. My heart swells, tears roll. I place a hand over my mouth. I haven't heard or seen other humans in so long, let alone a new settlement. I kneel down. Sage licks my hand. With tears still streaming, I wrap my arms around the fox. Thank you. My hand rests on my shoulder, comforting me. Miss, welcome home. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. I feel like that math isn't mathing. Doesn't that go to 30, not 35? You should have known better. What are you talking about? Thank you for the subscription, Desed, the 13 months. Appreciate it. I thought this story was really cute and really sweet. I enjoyed it a lot. It's very heartwarming. Exactly what I was looking for with this prompt. I realized that there was a downside to putting yours first, which is that one of the praises that I have for it is that it's a very different and unique take on the prompt in the sense that then a lot of the other stories, it's about a fox finding sanctuary, or a human leading a fox to sanctuary. And in this story, it is a fox leading a human to sanctuary. And so I think that's really cute and sweet and neat. I think the title works very well and kind of sets you up to wonder how it's going to end. A little bit of a nitpicky thing here in the first sentence. I think he's saying, deep in the woods, I followed the fox. I nicknamed him or her Sage, or them. Because I know that animals can be called it, and like depending on the context, that doesn't always sound strange. But in this particular context, especially having it be the first sentence, it does sound a bit strange. Potentially maybe because like when, at least for me when I read I follow it, I'm thinking I follow the trail, you know, or I follow the marks on the trees, not I follow a living creature. So small thing, but I think the fox, I nicknamed them Sage, would work a little bit better. I like the description, scene setting things. I can really imagine the feeling of the pack and then the crunching twigs and foliage. That really puts me inside of the scene. I'm not quite sure why Sage waits when she catches up. I feel like Sage would be waiting, and then when she catches up, you know, he would start running again. But it is a cute image regardless. Great imagery there with like the earthy sense, the greenery chattering. Like I think I've said before that it's really great when you're able to use all five senses, or at least one more sense than sight. And so I think this story has a lot of like smell and sound cues, and so I think it makes things very evocative. So, do I want to talk about this now or at the end? I guess I'll talk about this now. So my biggest critique for the piece is probably this line here of not a human in sight. Now, my praise for it is that you are introducing the fact that there aren't humans around, and very well the story could have not had any indication that there aren't humans around, and then in the end we would be like, would have been nice to know that. And so it is helpful that at the very least we know that. However, at least for me, when I read this, especially because it's a thought, it reads as kind of like, oh, thank goodness I'm away from people, you know? In fact, like, I don't know exactly how I read it, but as I came across it in this reading, I was like, oh, wait, I know how, like, I'm supposed to read it as, like, more melancholy, but, every time I've read it, I haven't properly read it that way, and so I don't know that I properly read it that way. But even if let me look at it just to confirm. Yeah, I still think this, having it not be a thought italicized, would still have that problem. It might be a little less, like, emphatic in it. But yeah, like, there's no, like, emotional tone indicators around that, and so, at least for me, when I come across it, it's like, yes, like, everything around it seemed good, right? It didn't seem like she was describing the scenery in a negative light of, like, oh, like, more trees, like, oh, this stupid dirt, you know? She seemed like she was enjoying it. Like, it kind of reads like we're out for a hike with our fox. We're having a good time. And so, it, like, especially with that setup of just seeming like, yep, we're hiking for the afternoon, it definitely, at least for me, sets me up for, like, oh, okay, like, this character's an introvert, they like to be in nature, they're happy that they're not around humans. And so the fact that not being around humans is a bad thing and is crucial to the story, I definitely think that you should have spent more time with that, at least given more, like, tone indicator for that line. But I would use some of the, you know, I might sacrifice some of the descriptions so that you could kind of better describe what's the situation, how did we get here, right? You know, how come we're not around humans, and, you know, describe that this is a melancholy thing. But regarding descriptions, I like your next description as well. I especially like the word blotchy there. I can totally imagine the sunset being like that. Bristling is also a perfect word. I can imagine all of this super well. Again, it really puts me in the scene. I think it's super cute that that Sage, like, is like, come on, we're so close, and that instead of letting them set up camp like usually and like usual and waiting to bring her to the camp in the morning, he's like, no, we're almost there, just a couple more steps, you gotta go. And I think that works very well. This is a case in which telling works quite well, because simply telling us, hey, his usual behavior is to come up to me and settle in for the night. This is not normal. It's very helpful to just understanding the scene and the story, so I think that works well. Totally vibe with her panicking, you know, I would panic too if my pet just, like, bolted off when they don't usually. And then, yeah, again, I can very much vibe with, you know, taking off the pack, like, it very much, like, how do I describe this? Because, like, there's one thing to, like, read a story and be like, yes, I see a person hiking, versus reading a story and being like, oh, yes, I remember those times that I've gone hiking. I remember those times that I've been in the forest, you know? And this one is definitely the latter, where it makes me remember those times where I've had a backpack and I've been tired and had to set it down and stuff like that. And so I think that is well written. So this is very interesting, because I think, once again, that your description here is very good and beautiful and evocative. That, like, yeah, I can really smell the soil, I can hear the water, the crackling bonfire, and I really love the cadence of, like, I hear this, I hear that, and then dialogue, then I hear voices. That she is both thinking, oh, I hear voices, and she's out loud saying, I hear voices. The cadence of that, the flow of that is really cool and works very well, and I think, for me at least, it makes me, like, more emotional the way that you wrote that. And so I think you did a great job in that regard. However, the critique I have for it is, when you have a sentence like, I'm not prepared for what's waiting on the other side, you don't expect smell, sound, and no sight. Because the first thing you're gonna see is sight. You're not going to pull back the curtain and go, the smell of wet soil, you know? You're going to pull back the curtain and you're going to go, a village, you know? And so I think starting with the sight of the village, the sight of the people, and then including this description would work. Or the other thing that you could do is don't have her go through the curtain and don't have this line of, I'm not prepared for what's waiting. Just have her walking up to the curtain, walking up to wherever Sage wants her to go, and then she's like, I smell wet soil, rushing water, a bonfire, I hear voices. And then, you know, she opens the curtain and like this would work quite well of just like voices, you know, my heart swells and all these things. I haven't seen or heard humans in so long, let alone a new settlement. And then you could this actually goes along with what I'm going to say about the last line, but you could have the last line be I push back the curtain, or like I walk into, you know, however you'd want to phrase it, of just like all of this is hearing it and her kind of mentally preparing herself for walking in. And then the last line is like walking in. I think that could also work very well. And then I think this telling works as well, of just like, I haven't seen or heard other humans in so long. Like I said, I do think that a little more setup on why and how she hasn't seen other humans in so long not only could help us understand the story, but it could help us emotionally relate to her more and be more in her head. But regardless, I was like surprised in a good way by that. I was like, ooh, like that's interesting that it's not her hiking in the woods. She's not seen people in so long. And so I think that works very well. Sage licking her hand is super cute. I love, you know, her hugging the fox. I feel like my other biggest critique for the story is this last line. I think it works very well to end the story on just thank you. But especially because, you know, we haven't been told what the sight is and if she's even seeing it. We haven't seen people. We're not seeing a person walk up. All we know is there's like a curtain in the woods that there's a settlement behind. And as far as I could tell, like she says she hasn't seen humans in so long. As far as I know, she doesn't know this settlement. She doesn't know these people. This is not like, this might be her home going forward, but this was not her previous home. And so it seems really odd and almost creepy for suddenly there to be somebody behind her putting her hand on her shoulder and saying, welcome home. Like, I don't know where they came from, I don't know why they're here, and I don't know why, I mean, I know they came from the settlement, and I know they're here, you know, to welcome her, but, you know, I thought we were separated from them for now. I didn't know anybody was behind us. And I don't know why they would be saying, welcome home, when this is her first time there. Like, wouldn't they be like, oh, hello, what's your name, at the very least? And so I do think that either just ending on thank you or ending on her, you know, walking in, I think would work better as the ending for me. But I do really like the story. I do really like this idea of somebody who's been away from civilization for so long, you know, lost in the woods in that way, finding the sanctuary of not just this place, but the sanctuary of other humans, and then of course having a fox leader to it is just the cherry on top. I think that's very beautiful. Cute fox, yes. So cute. Fair about the first sentence, says Corey. I wasn't fond of it. Would it help saying the protagonist is hoping to find humans, or just omit it entirely? The idea for the piece is some sort of post-apocalyptic world, and the foxes in general lead humans to other humans after what happened. Fair about needing descriptions for the village. I really wanted to include that, but wasn't sure how to fit it in. Fair. I definitely don't vouch for, like, if you're talking about this line here, I definitely don't vouch for omitting it. I do think, I mean, I don't know exactly how you would phrase it, because just saying, like, she was hoping to find humans, you know, is a little, like, it would work, and I do think that would work better than what you have, but that one is a little telly in a way that could be, like, I don't know, I don't want to say an issue, because it's not, like, a full-on issue, but I think there's more creative ways that you could show that she wants to see humans than just outright telling the audience she's hoping to find humans, you know? And, like, to be clear, this itself actually could work. You just need a tone indicator. You just need to know that, like, I'll try and think of something. And, like, even something as simple as, like, and not a human in sight, she thought sadly. Like, that's not great, but even that itself would better indicate, oh, she's sad about this, you know? You know, I guess you could kind of describe, she'd been wandering these woods for months, hoping to find another person, and every night laying to bed disappointed, or something like that, I feel like would be a bit more evocative. Still no humans? Yeah, still no humans. That could work. So yeah, this forest is filled with so much greenery, earthy scents, and the chattering of animals and insects that call this home. And still no humans in sight. Yeah, I think that would work perfectly well as well. Yeah, because still implies I want this. Like, well, granted, I guess that still I guess that still has a chance to be like, yay, still no humans. But I think it would have a better chance of being like, oh no, still no humans, you know? But yeah, I mean, I think I kind of already said that, like I said, I love your descriptions, but I do think that sacrificing some of the sound smell descriptions so you get a visual description of the like sanctuary would work a little bit better. Or like I said, lean into that. Take some of the words out so she's not seeing it, and then you can keep what you have. Dirt, sniff, sniff. River water, sniff. A bonfire? Hell yeah! Nice. Midsummer vibes or general cult vibes? I mean, granted, so this is something that will come up in other stories, but the prompt and the fact that I, like, warned you guys not to go dark with it does make me kind of assume that, you know, if the story ends with someone finding a sanctuary, it's genuine and it's not evil and like, it's actually a sanctuary for the lost. So that was nowhere in my mind of like, yeah, this is a cult. Yeah, they're gonna do terrible things to her. But, you know, I guess it's fair for our resident horror writer's mind to go there. But, anywho, let me see if there's any notes on my phone that I have not said. Oh, no. Well, actually, wait. What was that last one? Oh, no, yeah, that's fine. And by the way, like a little housekeeping thing. So I wanted to, I don't know exactly how to say this, but, I've noticed that a lot of your stories end up switching between past and present tense. Please watch out for that. I didn't want to disqualify the story because it is a really cute and sweet story. And it's not, like, if you switch between past and present tense, generally it doesn't completely, like, confuse the audience as to what's happening. Usually the audience will still understand what's happening. However, it is a problem, and it is kind of requiring me to be your editor here on stream, so please do watch out for that, and just people in the group in general. If you see a story that switches between a past and present tense, tag it with your technical issues or your text formatting issue tag. If you don't know, the text formatting issue and I think the where's the prompt issue, well, also, and the missing reviews tag. All those things you guys can tag. And so, but then I also have an official tag, so like text issue official sort of thing, which will be from the council and stuff. And so, if you are just a regular member of the writing group, then don't hesitate if you see like, hey, this is an issue, I fear it might get the story disqualified. Make sure that you tag the story and then let them know in a comment that that is happening. But you as the author, if you receive that, you can know that it's not necessarily like an official decree until you get the issue official tag, if that makes sense. That'd be helpful. Yeah, you can also, yeah, that would be a good idea. I don't know why I didn't think of that. So yeah, let's do that. That if you, as like just a member of the writing group, see an issue with the story in the sense of there's text formatting issues or there's like it's missing the prompt or something, like tag it with the issue, let the author know in your comment, and then tag the Council of the Archive and say, hey, is this a problem? The butterfly meme. Is this a problem? And then hopefully at least one person on the council will be able to check it out and give you a verdict. Yeah, super fair. I totally understand it, because I think even I have like made that mistake or sometimes, or like I think a couple streams ago I was like, like are we supposed to say this in past or present? So I totally understand, like it's definitely an understandable problem to have. But especially if it keeps happening, I do, like, that is something that I want to see. That is something that I don't want to have to fix every week, if that makes sense. Fair enough. Alrighty. But great story, Corian. Let us go on to Death's Head's story. I also know that Death's Head is here. Oh yeah, and then you can always check with just other members of the group, like if you're nervous that you're gonna have that issue or any sort of issue really, doesn't have to be technical, but if you're nervous about your story in any way, you can just go into the writing group chat and be like, hey, is this a problem? And or you could go into the workshop and be like, hey guys, help, is this a problem? Alrighty, root. Cast-offs. Excess. My Death's Head. 350 words. Quinn marched across a stony vale filled with cold mist. She carried her daughter, Inra, while her son Lirs clung to her with one hand. I'm gonna restart. Cast-offs. Excess. My Death's Head. 350 words. Quinn marched across the stony vale filled with cold mist. She carried her daughter, Inra, while her son Lirs clung to her with one hand and tapped a stick in front of his feet, trying to be brave despite his blindness. Beside them was Lankor, a sour Stark man, leading a donkey wagon so packed there was no room for an unwanted whore and her blind children. So they walked over Heartstone, interspersed with tangles of nettles, which Quinn guided Lirs around. The opening appeared suddenly, a dark gash cut in the mist. Warm air issued from the fissure, Slankor whistling a sharp pattern. A hiss echoed, sending a shiver down Quinn's spine, as a half-man and half-serpent appeared.
Slankor,
He hissed.
I hear another with you.
The mother came along. I was too lazy to argue.
Curious.
He slithered closer, revealing midnight blue scales and milky blind eyes. Mom, who's there?
I am Desas, head librarian.
He stooped down, grasping Lirs' arm. You feel strange, Lirs said.
Perhaps, but we share blindness.
Oh, What's going to happen to me?
The Tollis clan want you to apprentice their master mason. Inra will come to me. My daughter Gia has wished for a sister.
A young serpentine woman with scales like Dazaz slithered to him. She traced her finger across Dazaz's palm, he doing the same. Quinn swallowed as Gia held out her hands. Hesitantly, she lowered Inra. Her daughter began to squirm, her uneven cry echoing in the gloom. Gia hummed rhythmically, pinning her cheek to Inra. Slowly, impossibly, her cries quieted.
We are adept at taking in such children cast off by mankind, Dazaz said. Like my daughter, and I before her.
What of Mom? Lears asked nervously. Dazaz parted his lips, only for Quinn to seize his hand and blurt out, Do you have a wife? Dazaz gasped, stroking her face and then the rest of her with his smooth, warm fingers. He took Gia's hand, tracing on her palm. The girl giggled as Dazaz said,
We are blessed this day.
So those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. Oh yes, Documenzer started weekly brainstorming threads where people look over their stories. Maybe we should encourage people to go there. Yes, we should, and I'll do that now. But yes, so Documenters had a great idea that I'm surprised myself and no one else has thought of before. But as far as I know, she creates a weekly thread in the workshop where you can post your stories, brainstorm ideas, get help with your stories. So go ahead and check that out. Check that out every week, especially if you are unsure or need help. I see the ad is coming, so I will not start until we do ad time. I can switch to the big camera, yes. I really, you know what? Are you in here somewhere? You are in here somewhere. Okay, but you're not the here where you need to be. Just need you over the border. Oh, the border's the top one. Okay. How did I manage to get... Oh, maybe it's not. I was gonna say, how did I manage to get the Twitch chat to be... Here, yeah, we'll just put you in the corner here. And then can we do another... Should we do another constellation one? Or should we do... Oh yeah, I guess they are both constellation ones. Constellation frame? Constellation frame. I will turn you around for some variety. Okay, you are not a good size. Your size is kind of a problem. Okay, maybe I can cut you off. Well, even that's a problem. Maybe it's the writing group chat that needs to be... Okay, you lock yourself. You lock your doors. It's very annoying because like I have noticed this problem in the reaction videos that I've been filming that like nothing fits exactly in the frames. Ah! Well, I guess that works okay. I don't know, man. Okay, so you do that, and then I will make the writing group chat smaller. Riveting content, I know. I'm sorry. Every time I hop on this, there we go, that's okay. Every time I hop on this, no, that is slightly off, screen, it annoys me that the Discord chat is not there, and so I'm like, obviously I've been annoyed for weeks and I haven't done anything about it, so clearly, if I need it done, I just need to do it when I think about it. Okay, we're cropping bottom. Maybe we're not. What? How'd you get... No, stop. Here. There. Okay. Let's do a lot less. What? I told you to crop the bottom, not the top! Okay, I'll crop the top then, if that's what it's gonna take. You're so weird. Still too much. Okay, maybe oh no. Never mind. Okay, yeah, that's not... Alright. Are you good? Are you good, Home Slice? Okay. But I see a little bit... Okay. And then up it then. Okay, so I'll move you down. Oh no, that's okay. All right. Okay. The ad is over, and I've successfully added the Discord chat to to the page. Sorry, that's all the ad was. Okay, now we go back to the story. Yep, it's ready for it next time. Okay. Well, you asked if I would like the more stories about the snake people, and I indeed like more stories about the snake people. This was delightful. I definitely enjoyed it. Alrighty. As usual, I think you introduce the characters quite well. There's a small caveat to that, but let me begin with the praise. I think we were talking about this last stream, how you're very good at this, but very simply, it's just like, hey, here's Quinn, she's got a daughter, Inra, she's got a son, Lyrs is blind, and Quinn is an unwanted whore with her blind children. There we go. That is the info that we need to know right off the bat. It is given to us right off the bat, so we are not confused, and so that works super well. I like your introduction of Slankor, and from what I know of Slankor, super accurate. But there is an issue with it, which is that I think he could easily read like he is her husband or lover or something like that. And because all he's introduced as is just a sour Stark man leading a donkey wagon. And so it could easily be like, here's mom, here's kids, here's dad. Rather than, here's mom, here's kids, here's the mercenary they hired, you know? But I do like the description. I am curious, it did not ping me the first time that I read it, but on subsequent reads, the path does sound pretty, like, you know, narrow or at least overgrown. So I'm kind of surprised that a wagon can get through. but that is nitpicky. Oh yeah, the other thing in that paragraph was, Lears clung to her with one hand and tapped a stick in front of his feet, trying to be brave despite his blindness. I'm not sure how to feel about the trying to be brave thing, because, on the one hand, like, it makes sense, where it's like, okay, yeah, like, he's blind, but he's not, like, cowering. He is trying to, like, step out and, you know, step into his brave new world and stuff like that. On the other hand, clinging to her doesn't sound very brave. Like, how he's been described is, yeah, I guess that's the other thing. So, he's been described with two things. One is that he's clinging to her, which doesn't sound very brave. And the other is that he's tapping a stick in front of his feet, which is like, you know, the equivalent of a white cane, which is just a normal thing for a blind person to do. And so it kind of sounds like either he's explicitly not being brave, or he's just being a normal blind person. And so either way, it makes trying to be brave sound a little odd. I think that either if you removed it, or you kind of had a description of how he, like I said, how he's trying to step out, maybe take away him clinging to her, or using a different word than clinging, could be helpful there. I think that you're the, like, the swear being in the middle of this actually works quite well to convey, like, just how unwanted she is, that even though it's not in quotes or anything, we can tell, like, this is what people call her. This is how people, you know, might spit at her on the street. The words that they might use to spit at her on the street. This and worse. And so I think that works super well to introduce that she and her children are cast-offs, unwanted by, I guess, normal human society. I like your description of the road and Quinn guiding Lears. That's a very good image. Again, maybe a little bit of a nitpicky thing, and I'm curious to hear, like, it's funny that this small thing is the thing I'm particularly curious to hear people's thoughts on, but I've been talking a bit lately about the word the, and how, like, in some stories, something will be introduced with the, and we're like, the thing? What do you mean, the thing? We weren't introduced to this. And this one does kind of have that vibe for me, where it's like, okay, like, we're walking around, we're guiding Lears, the opening appeared suddenly. The opening? I didn't know there was supposed to be an opening. And in one sense, that kind of works, because they did know that there was supposed to be an opening, or at least I think that's what you're trying to imply. But on the other hand, especially because it's, like, a big deal and a strange thing, like, you don't expect just a gash to appear in the world and that to be fine and normal. And so the opening just kind of makes me go, wait a second, pause there, okay, I'm good, you know? I like the image of warm air issuing from it. I can definitely imagine that. I like Quinn just appearing and coming out of it. I think it works well of kind of the that Quinn's like, I don't know if I should say afraid, because I think that's too strong of a word, but she just has a natural kind of shiver response. I think that works well, that it's like, he's a nice snake person, but he's still a snake person emerging from a fissure, and so, yeah, that's bound to make a shiver go down your spine. And it also works with the whole theme of the story of, like, you know, they make people shiver. They make normal human society shiver, but they're actually, you know, good people who aren't scary. Also, I should ask, anybody who is new to this universe, who hasn't read about the snake people before, did you fully believe, like, yes, this is a good sanctuary, they're gonna have a good home, or were you like, I don't trust these snake people? Did you think that this is, like, that Slankor was, like, giving her to her doom or something like that? So I feel like here, it is interesting that this kind of implies like, oh, okay, so like there was an agreement to give the kids to the snake people, but not the mom, and so the mom came with and like, or just like didn't have the energy that day to say don't. um, However, on the other hand, I didn't find it strange at all that that Quinn was walking with her kids. And so, on this hand, once I hit the mother came along, I was too lazy to argue. I was like, the mother came along. Was that not what we expected? What's going on there? And so it's not like full on into the place of like asking questions that you're not going to answer, because the question itself kind of is the answer. I can get to the answer. However, I don't feel like it's really necessary, because that can kind of make the reader go, the mother came along. What? What are we talking about? And so I do feel like just... Oh, and the other thing about it is that I hear another with you. I can, like, extrapolate, like, after thinking about it, oh, okay, like, he expects, as Lankor and the two kids, he does not expect the mom. And so it's like, I hear one more than expected. However, when you don't know that, then it just kind of reads like, I hear one more person with you. Just the one. And it's like, oh, you poor little snake person. Oh, those senses are kind of failing you. You know, there's a lot more than one with him. And so I think just, I mean, I was going to say just going to the next line, but curious doesn't really work to introduce things. Well, actually, Mom Who's There does. So, yeah, you could just have him appear, and then he could say something or not, whatever you want, and then Lears could just say, Mom Who's There, and that would not create any questions, any issues in that regard. I really like your description of Dazaz. I can really imagine him. Head librarian, like, I don't know if you meant it to do this, but to me, it just, like, adds some endearment to the character and to the story that's like, aw, like, he's the librarian. It's not even that he's, like, I don't know, their equivalent of, like, a social worker or an orphanage head or something like that. It's just like, or like, I don't know, the mayor of their little snake town or whatever. Maybe they don't have mayors, but you know, the leader. It's none of those things. He's just the librarian. He's just a little guy, you know? And so, like, the minute I read that, like that, granted, I already knew that the snake people were good people, or at least I think they are. And so I wasn't expecting anything negative. But when you, like, throw that in there, this very, like, soft, gentle job that he does, then it's even more like, we can trust this guy. You know, this is gonna be a sanctuary. This is cute. I like Lears, you know, touching him and saying that he feels strange. And, like, I wasn't even really thinking about this, but, like, good on Lears for not, like, insulting him or something and being like, ugh, you feel gross, you know, or like, oh, why do I feel scales, you know? But just like a neutral, like, feels strange, works very well and is not insulting. I have a little bit of a flow issue with the next couple of lines here. I think that, like, going, you know, perhaps I do feel strange, but we share blindness, you know, doesn't really connect to me. I think saying something like, I'm a different species, but we share blindness, or but we are one in blindness, something like that, I think would connect better. That it's like, hey, this is how we're different, this is why I'm strange, but this is how we're similar, and we're the same. But just being like, I do feel strange, and by the way, I ordered Wendy's today. You know, like, I do feel strange, and by the way, I'm blind. You know, doesn't quite connect. However, I do really like that line of we share blindness, that Zaz is already looking for the connections between them, that instead of... That's really cool. I didn't even think of it that strongly before, but... Lears is pointing out the differences between them, and Dazaz is going, don't look at the differences, look at the similarities. And again, that works so well with the overarching theme of the piece, that they care for the cast-offs, the outcasts, the misfits of society, that it's like, yeah, the humans in normal human society, they're going to look at how you're different and they're going to judge you for it. But we, down here in our little snake person society, we're not looking for the differences, we're looking for the similarities. I think that's very cool. And then, you know, I like Lear's being like, what's gonna happen to me? Totally fair question. And, like, I honestly like the kind of, like, kind of stammering phrasing to it. I think that works very well. However, that one also is like, yes, I do feel strange, but we share blindness. Cool. What's gonna happen to me? You know, is kind of like, again, fair, but there's also not really a transition there. And so even just like him acknowledging it somehow, like even that, like, cool acknowledges it. I'm not recommending he say cool. But let's see, like what's like a one word that he could say to acknowledge it? I guess just like, oh, I see. What's going to happen to me? I think would work better. And granted, you probably didn't because of character limit. But, and like, I might have said this on streams before. I know that, like, some of the things, I really do try my best to, like, especially with words, it's a bit harder with characters, but with words, when I say, like, you should add this, I do try to say, like, where to remove something. But I know that a lot of the times, like, I'll make a critique and then you'll be like, yeah, agreed, Kaylee. Had no words or characters to do that. But if I sat here on stream and just, like, you know, just, I don't know, solely acknowledge that, we wouldn't have a stream, because it would just be like, well, I would recommend, you know, something different, but obviously they couldn't because of the character limit, you know, so I am, like, even though I know some of these things you probably couldn't do because of character limit, I'm still just going to make my critique anyways, because, like, you know, this is the stream. Anyway, so, oh, I see, you know, what's going to happen to me, I think would transition a little more smoothly for me. And then, you know, I like the little, note of what they're going to do and be, you know, with the snake people. And I don't know, it's cool because it makes me even more interested than I already was about their society and how things work. It's like, aw, like, I'm excited to go meet the Master Mason and see, you know, how Dazaz and Gia live and stuff like that. So I think that works well. I like, you know, them like tracing their fingers to communicate with each other, or like fingers and palm. That's a neat little thing. And then I like, you know, I especially like the slowly and possibly her cries quieted. I don't know, like, again, if you're unsure about these snake people, then I could see that seeming sinister. But, you know, me thinking that, you know, they're good people, it's a neat thing where it's like, you know, Quinn has had to deal with Inra crying on the streets for so long. And now she's like, okay, I'm giving her up. I don't like that I have to give her up, and I don't know, you know, what your life is going to be like with them. And then immediately, Gia quiets her down. It's like, maybe things are going to be all right, you know? And so I think that's a neat thing. And I especially like that impossibly. That's a great little thing to convey. This should be impossible, or at least from Quinn's estimations. I can't believe this is happening. Because just saying slowly her cries quieted, like, yeah, that might still have some power of like, oh yay, she was able to calm her down. But calling out, no, like, not only are her cries quieting, I did not think that was going to happen. I did not think that was going to happen to such an extent I thought it would be impossible. And so this is a big deal that she was able to quiet her down, and I think that works really well. I like the words you have in the previous sentence too, like squirm, her uneven cry. Uneven is a really interesting adjective there, echoing in the gloom, like all really like evocative words. And then I like, Dazaz saying that, just like flat out saying like, hey, we take in the cast-offs there, and especially the cast off by mankind, that just mankind as a whole has rejected you and cast you off, but we are happy to take you. We will be your sanctuary. I think that's really sweet and cute and cool. And a very interesting little lore drop that both him and his daughter were also children cast off by mankind. So I guess that would mean that Dazaz and Gia were actually people, like regular human people, and then they got turned into snake people. And so you're like, is this whole family gonna turn into snake people now? Curious. But yeah, so I think that works quite well, just to say directly that they're the sanctuary without using the word sanctuary. That really works. And I also was at this point wondering, hey, what's gonna happen to Mom? And so I like that Lyris was asking that, and it really, his personality really shines through. I hope I voiced him well. That, and granted, like, maybe I'm not reading him right if he's supposed to read more brave. But he does read as kind of like, I don't know, I guess like this mixture of being timid and brave, that he seems very like soft-spoken and quiet and stuff, but he is still stepping out and speaking, right? And not like having his mom speak for him this whole time. And so you're like, what's gonna happen to me? What of Mom though? I think his personality really comes through, and it makes me very endeared to him. And then I like, I don't know what Dazaz is going to say, but I presume it was going to be something sad, that it's like, well, like, this is the agreement, that you guys come with me. Don't know what's going to be up with your mom. Sorry. So he like, and I like parted his lips, that I can really imagine that it's not just him like opening his mouth, but it's the slightest like part of his lips of like, oh, I don't know what to say, and kind of thing. And so then, I have mixed feelings on the do you have a wife thing, because on the one hand, I think it's super cute, and I kind of like the abruptness of it, that it's like, oh yeah, that would be a solution. that would work. But on the other hand, it's also a very, what did I say? It's quite a thing to offer on a first meeting. Like, you don't know what this man is like. You don't know if he's good husband material. So, like, quite a thing to offer on just meeting the guy. But, she does seem pretty desperate, and like, I do want her to, not have to leave her children behind. And so, again, partially because of the prompt, I feel like this is going to end well. And so, ultimately, I'm left feeling like it's cute, even though at first I might have some reservations. I don't know how to feel about this last paragraph here, because, so, Dazaz gas stroking her face, and then the rest of her with smooth, warm fingers. I think part of what kind of throws me about that is that it's so fast that, and granted, again, I don't think you had like the words or characters to have it go slower, but it's not him going like, wait, like, may I touch you? He's not getting permission. He's just like, she goes, do you have a wife? And so the speed of like, touching her entire body is like, a little creepy, man. And so then, especially when you throw giggling into the mix, it kind of reads like, his hands went over her whole body, and then he was like, she's well endowed. Like, we're blessed this day. And I don't think that was the intention, because I doubt that he would be, like, making that kind of a comment to his daughter. And I think the we are blessed this day was meant to be more genuine and sweet and stuff like that. But I don't really know what to make of the stuff before it. I think for me that this could be a valid place to remove words to get some of the other things I was talking about in. But I'd probably just have him just stroke her face, or just like put his hand to her cheek, or if you had found a way to get the words in, have him ask for consent. Because if he just goes like, we're blessed this day, then I'm like, aw, sweet. But going, we're blessed this day, like, my mind only goes to dirtiness. So I am curious what you meant with that. If you didn't mean it to be dirty, maybe I can try and see if I can help say how I might phrase how you wanted it to come across. But anywho, overall, I really liked the story. I thought it was very cute and very touching, and I really just got that feeling of they're so lost and unwanted and really need a place to go. And to me, at least, the snake people do really seem super nice, and so it ends full of hope and, like, in a way, kind of the humor of her saying that, interjects some happiness, some extra happiness, not just hope, but like some humor into the end, and makes it extra hopeful. So I like it a lot. Let's see what folks have been saying. Really like that one, says Killer Clutch. Where is here? What do you mean, where is here? Yeah, they know there's an opening, and because of the mist, it's supposed to be a little sudden. Gotcha. Ghoulish. 100% in my mind. My mind went, they're gonna be eated. Not yeeted. Eated. They said, interesting. Yeah, I might have indicated that the mom wasn't supposed to come along. Even scraping up enough words for Dazaz to mention that he didn't expect an adult to come along. Interesting. I do wonder, like, granted, it would depend on how you said it, but if you just had him go, didn't expect an adult to come along, I feel like my mind would go to two places. One, isn't Slankor an adult? And two, and two, that sounds a little sus, my guy. You know? So I think, like, again, depending on how you phrased it, I do think maybe what you have is better than didn't expect an adult to be here. But I do think there could have been ways to either, remove that or convey that it was just an agreement for the kids. Also, not super important to, like, this scene on its own, but I do have a question of how she ended up having the money to pay for Slankor, because Slankor does not do things out of the goodness of his heart. He does things out of the goldness of his pockets, out of wanting to have gold in his pockets. And so maybe from, maybe it's like the last money that she got, from, like, her days of prostitution, and, like, that's all she has, and now she's unwanted. But I definitely was curious about that. I've touched a snake before. A bit cold, smooth, and extremely muscular. Interesting. I'm pretty sure that I've touched a snake before too, but it's been a long time. I don't remember the muscular part. They are definitely not, they're not goopy. They're not slimy. They're just like cold scales. Layers is definitely trying to act brave without really knowing how. Gotcha. Yeah, the intention was that he told Gia she's getting a mom as well as a sister and brother. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that makes total sense. I'm trying to think, because the problem is, like, he's just tracing it, and we as the audience aren't necessarily supposed to know what he said. I guess, like, maybe it could partially be the giggle, like, if she gasps too, or if she just, like, smiles at Quinn or nods or something. Maybe that would have helped. You could have had him say it both to her and aloud, that it could be him saying out loud, "We are blessed this day, Gia, you will be getting a mother." And so that he's kind of, like, translating, like, saying it to Gia like this and then translating it to them. But I don't know if that would be awkward. But that would not have the problem that I had. Zlankar was hired by the Serpent People to take a load of cargo to and from a city. The kids are part of the cargo he was picking up. The city wanting them gone. Oh gosh! That is even worse than I thought. Like I said, I got a strong impression of how unwanted they are, but not strong enough. Not that strong. I did not know that the city is like, we will literally pay you to take these people out of our city. That's horrible. I am even more glad than I already was that the snake people are here to rescue them. Yeah, that might work better than telling it out loud while spelling it fair. Mako says, "I like that. We are blessed this day. You're getting a mom." Mm-hmm. It's not called cast-offs for nothing, for sure. Yeah, I just kind of took cast-offs as, like, you know, the same as just, like, outcasts, is like they're the outcasts of society, but not, like, literally it's not just people look at you funny and don't really like you. It's literally you were cast out of society. That is wild. Scary string? What's the scary string? Let me go back. He makes the transition sound like that bit from SpongeBob Band Geeks and Mr. Krabs and Band going, "So when do we get the free food?" Nice. I've not seen that, but I'm presuming they, like, play a song or they play a song badly or something, and then after things go good or things go bad, that Mr. Krabs is just like, "So when do we get the free food?" Do I have to get the spray bottle for Kaylee? I didn't think of that at all. What did you think then? See, it's a really interesting thing because I'm ace and I'm sex repulsed, and I think that actually can make my mind more dirty than than the horny people sometimes. I mean, not to say that any of you are the horny people. But yeah, I think I'm just like, I'm looking out for it. Where's the dirty stuff? I want to avoid it. And whereas other people don't care to avoid it, and so, like, they don't always see it, where I do. Yeah, Zlankar's world is very, very harsh, as indicated by the fact that the serpent people who sell venom are the good guys. Yeah, that is wild. Sam Muller, you would have to pay me to touch a nope rope. And that's the scary string. Well, I mean, normally I'd say you're overreacting, but internetters from Australia, where more than half the snakes can kill you. Sam Muller, more like 99%. Yeah, and, you know, they also have the most, you know, I think it's the most venomous snake in the world. Is it the inland taipan? The something taipan. There's two taipans. They're both in Australia. Both super venomous. One's a little more venomous than the other one. If you're curious, we do get to see some serpent Inra in the companion piece. As well as Esqui. Is that the other serpent people story you wrote this week? I've not read that yet. I should do that, because I definitely want to see that. Inland taipan, yes. Gotcha. Describing the unwanted people reminds me of this. People aren't cargo, mate. Yes, exactly. Nice. Alrighty, Rue. Great story, Death said. Let us go on to Little Lady Eva's story. Can somebody tag Little Lady Eva? I don't know. I don't know if Little Lady Eva is here, and I don't know if little Lady Eva will be here. I think Lee is here, so I could go to Lee. But I don't know if waiting will do anything, because I don't know if little Lady Eva is going to be here today at all. Lee, top 5 most venomous species in the world, all in Australia. C.M. Willer, top 19 of the top 20 are in Australia. That, like, I already knew Australia was a wild and venomous world, but I wasn't expecting that.
Oh, kitty. What's up, kitty? Hi there. Do you want to get in the bed, or do you want to get out? Yeah, get in your bed. Kitty cat. You're so cute. If I must. If I must. No? Okay. Okay, kitty. Yeah, there he goes. There he goes into the bed.
Oh man, I want to set up the other camera so you can see it. It's so cute. I got them a new bed, and when you see it, you'll be like, "Yep, that is a cat bed Kaylee would buy." At least I think you will. Let me see if I can easily and quickly get the other camera on him.
Yo, so cute. Oh.
Okay, is it in here anywhere? Or do I have to add it? It is here. Okay, I don't know where it is though. I'll bring it forward. I don't know, man. This is... Yeah, I was gonna say... We're at the top and I still don't see it. Yeah. There you are. Oh, you're pointed at the door. Okay. Let me move you over here. Oh, will you not go far enough to show it? What happens? Ah! I'm sorry. I don't mean to break your neck. Will that work? No, you're still... It's still a problem. Okay. Hold on. There we go. Well, as long as you do your job and stay up. There you go. I think you can only really see just his little... Oh, you can see a little ear. A little ear and a little tail. I still have the tag on it because I wasn't sure, you know, if they would like it or if I'd have to attempt to return it or anything. But it doesn't look like I'm gonna have that problem. Okie dokie. Maybe at the next ad I will give it a border too. Okie dokie. I guess I'll do Lee first. I don't see little lady Eva, but we will give her a story's worth of time to arrive. Aw, he's Canvas. So adorable. I'm glad you like it. I put my sweater in there so that it would smell like me, so they'd be interested in it. Sam Weller loving the cat bed. Lee strangely, oh, no. Oh, little lady Eva is here. Okay, we can... You can take back your oh no if it was regarding your story. Okie dokie. Faye touched. My little lady Eva. 350 words. It had been a week since little Fox had crawled out of the land of the fairy. His escape cost his magical arm, leaving him more than a little handicapped in the real world. His memory was damaged, ripped from him piece by his captors. So he was lost. He lived on the streets now, begging for loose change, scrounging for food, and sleeping on benches. He tried to get a job, but that proved impossible. He had no documentation, and no relevant experience, and trying to explain he had spent the last 10 years enslaved to Fae had raised some eyebrows. It caused at least one person to threaten him with the police. It was mid-afternoon, and he was sitting on the street, holding out an old coffee cup and waiting for donations. There were not a lot. Most people would not even look at him. That was discouraging. That was when he saw the woman. Her skin was sparkling, like a disco ball in sunlight. There were flowers in her hair that looked to be growing out of her scalp. Interestingly, no one around seemed to notice anything strange about her. He supposed it was similar to the way people reacted to his more fox-like features. They never even saw them. Little Fox watched warily as the woman approached him. He was unsure if he should trust her. She could also have recently escaped the Fey world, or she could be sent to bring him back. She stopped, smiled at him, and deposited 20 into his cup. I don't remember seeing you here before. Are you new? He nodded by way of reply. It's good to be cautious, but don't let it ruin opportunities. I am Marigold. I run a little halfway house for people like us to help them get back on their feet. You can come with me if you like. I promise there are no strings attached. We all have to work together to keep the Fae away. She held out a hand, and little Fox took it and stepped into the future. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Alrighty-roo. I enjoyed this story as well. It's very interesting to get little bits and pieces of Little Fox's story as we go on. I feel like I'm starting to slowly understand his story and his world more and more as I go on. And I guess we'll start with that, which is, it's super helpful to know that where he was before was the land of the fairy. Because I did not know that from the other stories. I don't know if you said it and I forgot or if you never said it. But, I remember in other stories, I think I commented on, like, oh, like, he's going through, like, mazes and stuff. Like, what's going on? Why does he have to do that? And if you had just name-dropped, like, their fae, you know, then I'd be like, that makes a lot more sense. And I guess it's kind of interesting, because I guess once you drop the fae in there, then it's like, everything that didn't make sense now makes sense. Not because it makes sense, but because it's not supposed to make sense. Because it's supposed to be a little wacky and strange, because it's fae stuff. And so I think that that was super helpful to have that little tidbit, and that just knowing that this is like, ooh, this is like a Fey world versus real world sort of story. It makes me more intrigued than I already was about this universe. I'm curious about like his magical arm, because usually when someone's magical, they're magical, right? That it's just them who are magical. It's not like a specific body part. And so it's interesting that only his arm was magical. And I'm wondering if, the Fae did experiments on him and made his arm magical, or if he was born with his arm magical, or if, like, he actually lost his arm once before and then got a magical arm, and then he lost that arm, which sucks, if so. Oh yeah, and then I kind of like the phrasing of like more than a little handicapped, and that I kind of like the downplay of it a little bit, but on the other hand, it does kind of downplay it in a strange way where it's like, yeah, he's more than a little handicapped, and I'm like, my question is, how is he not bleeding out on the street? you know? So yeah, I don't know, and I think in like the last story I read of Little Fox, I think he got a cybernetic arm, and so I don't know if he has that arm yet or not. I would presume that he doesn't have the money for a cybernetic arm just yet. And I don't know. I guess I'm starting to backtrack, but I'm like, it might be helpful to like convey how like he survived, missing an arm on the streets. But on the other hand, that would also add, more words, and I'm like, do you need more than just he was more than a little handicapped? I don't know. I'm torn. You guys can offer your thoughts on it. I really like the phrasing of his memory was damaged, ripped from him piece by his captors, especially the ripped from him piece by piece, that is just a taste of whatever his captors did to him, but that is very terrible. Like, it is one thing where it's just like, oh yeah, they stripped me of my memory, but doing it slowly and ripping it piece by piece is so much more horrifying. It's interesting because they're, like, his memory was damaged is almost a little, like, computer-esque. Like, I don't know, I'm torn because on the one hand, like, that's a fine thing to say in general about memory, but on the other hand, I feel like, he'd lost his memory, is more of the phrasing that you'd use for, a person who's missing their memory, rather than, like, a computer that's memory has been damaged. I feel like so he was lost, for me at least, was definitely, he said the thing, you said the prompt, so unfortunately that did kind of, make this really cool sentence end on more of a flat note. I think that a large part of it is that those two things don't really connect for me, is that, like, yes, he didn't have his memory. It was ripped from him piece by piece. He's lost. I need more of a transition there. But here's the other thing about it, which might sound like the opposite. But the other thing about it is if you just said, his memory was damaged, ripped from him piece by his captors. He lived on the streets now, begging for loose change, scrounging for food, and sleeping on benches. I totally get the lostness. I totally get the lost part of the prompt just from what is said, and you don't have to tell me, FYI, here's the prompt, he's lost, for me to get to that he's lost. I guess, how to connect the two things I said is that, like, his memory being ripped from him piece by piece doesn't, like, automatically equate to he's lost. But the rest of your description does, and does so well. You could also instead just describe it a little more vividly instead of just outright saying he was lost. You could say, his memory was damaged, ripped from him piece by his captors, so he didn't know who he was. He didn't recognize anyone or even know who he was. I think that would also work because it would just be describing the lost part of not having memory without just flat out saying he's lost, you know. I do think your description of what he has to do to live on the streets works very well. And it's really interesting because when I think of, you know, like, fae and magical people coming to our world, I don't tend to think about the logistics of, like, not having documentation and stuff like that, but it, at least for me, like, makes him more relatable and real, or it's like, oh yeah, like, he wouldn't have any documentation, and like, even if he had relevant experience in, like, whatever he experienced with the fae, he, like, doesn't have, like, a resume to tell you that, because he can't be like, you know, did mazes for the fae. I'm pretty smart. You know, like, nobody's gonna listen to that. And so, at least for me, it made him feel very real and relatable in that sense. I am curious, like, for you guys, if you like that, if that made him relatable, or if you think that maybe talking about just, like, you know, how hard it was, going more into how hard it is to live on the streets, instead of going into, like, the documentation and stuff, if that would have been more powerful. But I liked it. And then I think, granted, I don't think that Little Fox should necessarily tell others in the real world that it isn't, also, by the way, it's interesting that you specifically say real world, like the Fae world is a mist, a myth, a dream world or something. I'm curious if that was intentional or if you just kind of meant, like, the mundane world. But what was I saying? I don't remember all I was saying, but I know I was talking about saying that he had spent the last... Oh yeah, that maybe he shouldn't tell, you know, his potential employers about the Fae. However, it's very helpful to tell the audience that he did. I think that was a great way of conveying the info that we need to know. Hey, he spent the last 10 years enslaved to the Fae. Which also, it's just computing just how long that is. That is terrible. I'm curious if this is a, like, he's 10 situation. If this is a, you know, like, or like he's 20, he's 30. Like, I'm curious which 10 years of his life those 10 years are. So yeah, all that to say, I think that was a good way to slip in some important info for the reader. And I can see people being like, this guy is a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, please. I like the specificity of the coffee cup. That, like, you could just say an old cup, and I would just imagine, like, generic cup. But the fact that you specified coffee cup, it, like, not I'm sure it would not be this specifically, but it almost conjures to image, like, a world's best dad coffee cup that is, like, the world's best dad part is eroded away and stuff like that, and it's all dirty and grimy and stuff. I'm sure it's not that specifically, but at least for me, like, that puts it even more into my world, where I can imagine, you know, a coffee cup in the modern day world and using that to beg with, instead of thinking of, like, I don't know, a more generic or more, like, medieval or fantastical kind of, like, cup that you might beg with. So, kind of a small thing, but there are not a lot. Most people would not even look at him. That was discouraging. I think it was discouraging would work a bit better, and I'll try my best to describe why, but I think it was discouraging feels more like narration. It's like, there were not a lot. Most people would not even look at him. It was discouraging. It's just like, hey, I'm telling you the story of Little Fox. This happened. He felt this way about it. But saying that was discouraging kind of reads like Little Fox is talking to us for a second almost. That's like, yeah, there's not a lot, says the narration. Most people would not even look at him, says the narration. And then it's almost like we step into Little Fox's head even more, and Little Fox is like, yeah, that was discouraging. And so it seems a little awkward. But I also feel like the other thing about it is that there are a couple of uses of telling in this story that I feel like actually end up diminishing from the emotion of it. And I do think that's one of them, that there are not a lot. Most people would not even look at him. Like, just leaving it there, at least for me, I would feel like the emotion of that so much more of like, oh gosh, like that's so horrible. Like no one would look at you. And so calling it out as like, it was discouraging is like, I guess like in a sense it's like, of course that would be discouraging. And it's almost so obvious that calling it out is like, this is the emotion that he would be feeling, makes me feel the pain and like the impact of they would not even look at him less than I would have without it, if that makes sense. It's kind of similar to the like more than a little handicap sort of thing where it's like, well, yeah, like that's almost an understatement, I feel, you know. It's kind of a similar thing here where it's like people won't even look at him, like he's forced to beg for scraps on the street. It's pretty discouraging. It's like, well, yeah, like a lot more than discouraging, you know. I really like your description of the lady. I can really imagine her. I mean, granted, I don't know if I'm imagining her exactly accurate, but it's like a very unique and interesting image. And it makes me realize that I don't know why I don't see more like kind of, I don't know, dryad and fae type characters having flower hair. That is literally flowers. It's a really neat thing. Also, that reminds me, I was going to ask, I am curious if they look the way that they do because of their association with the fae. Like, if they were, like, kidnapped and enslaved and, like, being in the fae world or being experimented on by the fae caused them to have these strange appearances. Or if, like, no, like, they were born with the strange appearances, and either, like, they were born in the Fae world, or they were born in this world, and that this is why the Fae wanted them. They're like, ooh, you're a unique one. I want to capture that. And I do really like your note that, people didn't notice his fox-like features. I think that works very well. That is a use of telling that does work for me, where it's like, hey, why are people not looking at her funny? Well, because nobody notices. And why am I called Little Fox? Well, because I look a little fox-like. Nobody notices that either. And so that was super helpful info. Also, just knowing that he looks a little fox-like is helpful. Because that is kind of an issue that I've had with the Little Fox stories, is that when I see Little Fox, I think it's a fox. I think this is actually a fox. And I do think that that is something to keep track of in future stories for this universe, that as fast as you can, I would recommend making it clear that he's a human. Because at least for me, and I think for others, I presume for others it would be too, it's very easy to go Little Fox and think, okay, this is an animal. And so, as fast as you can, just clarifying, this is a person, this is a human being, is very helpful. And me kind of having had that kind of question in past stories, knowing, aha, he's a person. Why is he called Little Fox? Well, because he does have some fox-like features. Works very well for me, and it helps me understand what he is. I see that there is an ad. I assume it's about to arrive. Haha. Of course, now that I have it up, now I'm like, kind of on the other side. But I will give you a break and I will show you a cool thing. So lately, during the ads, I have been showing you guys my haul from Denver. I had a trip to Denver recently, and I got like a bunch of art and stuff. This is the this is the last thing from the haul. This is not something I paid for. This is something that that my parents got. Let's see. How do I want to introduce this? And do I even want to introduce it? My dad. So it's a picture, and my dad is in it. I got his permission to show his picture. I guess I'll just say that it is a celebrity photo op. That there was a certain celebrity there that my dad especially really likes a lot. That we've seen a lot of things with him in it. I'm trying to think if I should have you guys guess who it is before I show it, or if I should just show it. So, do you guys want to play a guessing game, or do you want to just see the product? I don't know that there's really much to say about the process of getting it. If you ever go to a con and you ever are blessed to have the money to buy a photo op with a celebrity, I would recommend buying the autograph. And granted, like, if you just really like the photo op, if that's your thing, go for it. But at least for me, I like the autographs a lot more because you get like 30 seconds to talk to them. And then, like, you get, like, a piece of art or something signed, and, like, you get to have that. But with the photo ops, you don't get to talk to them. This time is, like, the time I've had the least amount of talking time. The other times I got to say, like, a sentence to them. Yeah, not this time. And, you know, at least for me, it's, like, when I have, like, a piece of art that's signed, I'm like, amazing, look at the beautiful art, and it's their signature. I remember meeting them. But then if you get a photo op, it's like, yay, the person, I was there. Ew, me. You know? So maybe not everybody has that. But yeah, so, and like I said, it wasn't my choice. My dad wanted it. If I had chosen, I would have picked autograph. But it's still really cool. This might be my favorite photo op that I've gotten with a celebrity. I like it a lot. Oh yeah, if you go for guessing, I would give you clues. I just have to figure out what would be a good clue. He is in a lot of Disney movies, but I don't know. I can't say never because I don't know for sure if it's never, but at least usually he is not the main character. He is some kind of side character, but in a lot of these movies. And then I'm sure I need to give you more than that. I'm not sure if that would be enough. That was enough. There you go. It is Alan Tudyk. I'll just show it to you, even though the ad's over. There you go. And if you don't know, so Firefly is the first, show that we saw him on, and my dad is dressed up as Mal from Firefly. And if you haven't seen my other streams where I talked about it and I put on my cosplay, I am just as Alucard. And I don't know if you can see it, but I do have, like, my sword there. I don't think I told you guys that I did get the 3D printed sword. But yes, there you go. Pretty neat, huh? Thanks, Marks. Never done the photo ops, I don't think. I've only done the autograph and got a picture. Oh, you got a picture and you did the autograph. You got a 2-in-1. That's awesome. Yeah, so I totally agree with getting signatures is better than photo op. Some fun experiences in the 30 to 60 seconds I had with Steven Yeun and Matt Smith. Oh, nice. I don't know Steven Yeun, but I do know Matt Smith, and that's very cool. Yeah, I could tell you about, like, some of my other photo op experiences at the next ad. But for now, yes, cool photo op. At least I think it's cool. Anyways, okay. I'm also curious, for those who did not, have not read other Little Fox stories, was Arm enough? Was Arm enough for you to go, oh, this is a person who's named Little Fox? Did you just go, like, I guess you could describe a fox's leg as an arm? Or did you go, Little Fox sounds like fox, but arm sounds like a person. What's happening? You know, what did you think was happening? All right. I'm glad that, you know, she gave him a decent amount of money. I'm unsure if I should be going, like, you know, give him a little more. But, you know, a 20 is pretty big if you're begging, so that was very nice. A dialogue tag here would be very helpful, because the thing is, like, she just approached him, they're just seeing each other. Either one of them could be talking. Either one of them could, and like, you know, he could be going like, huh, I haven't seen you walk by my alley before. Are you new? And she could be going, huh, I haven't seen you in my city before. Are you new? You know, I'm pretty dang sure that it's her, because he's the one who nods as a reply. But when I first saw this, I was like, who's talking? And so, and granted, let me see something. Yeah, that would work. that would work just fine to clarify that she's the one talking. I guess that's also part of why I thought it might be him, is because she does an action. Okay, now it's his turn to respond, you know? But if you put the dialogue with the action, that she's kind of talking as she drops it, that would work. You could, I mean, granted, saying by way of reply did help and make sure, like, he was supposed to reply and he just nods. But you could give yourself 4 words by just saying he nodded, and that would work fine. So I have some feelings about what she says here, because, as I said, because of the prompt, I'm pretty dang sure that this is meant to be a good thing. And I do think that saying, like, stepped into the future, like, granted, the future could be bad, but generally I think you'd use that phrasing for a hopeful, going off into the sunset sort of line. And so I think that is meant to imply this is good, sort of thing. However, there's nothing just in her words that makes me trust her. Like, the things that she's saying could be genuine, and because of the prompt and because of the ending, I think they are genuine. However, they could just as easily be a total lie, and just her totally being someone who's employed by the Fae, trying to gain his trust. And I think that the reason it kind of has that feeling is because she's not talking to him in this, like, compassionate way of, like, oh, you poor thing, you've been hurt by the Fae too. She's, her first line is, it's good to be cautious, but don't let it ruin opportunities. This very much sounds like a businesswoman who's like, here's my business card, rather than, you know, a person who cares about the lost and the broken, caring about the lost and the broken, you know? And so I do think that if you had her respond more emotionally instead of, like, talking about opportunities, that could help. I don't know exactly what you could have her do to kind of show that she means him no harm, because, like, most things could be, like, fake. You know, it's like, yeah, she could give him some bread. Could be fake. She could give him more money. Could be just trying to win his trust. So if you guys have ideas for, like, if there's, like, a thing that she could do to be like, okay, like, I think I trust her, do say so, because that could be helpful. I just don't know what it is exactly. But presuming that this is real and true, I do like it, and I do like the fact that, you know, he found someone who also wants to keep the Fae away and is presumably going to help him stay away from them. And so that's very neat. And so I like the hopeful ending in that way. I'll think for a little bit longer before I go to the chat, see if I can come up with anything. like, I wonder if she could say something regarding his arm. Again, like, I don't know that this is enough to convey she absolutely means goodwill, but she could say, like, they took it from you, like, they've taken so much from you, and kind of, like, I mean, I was gonna say gestures to his arm, but really, like, it's a you just gestured to all of me situation, because, like, homeboy is here big and on the street, it's not just the missing arm. So, I don't know. I'll look at the chat, see if you guys have any, ideas. I just had to sit silently and pet my cat as I had been away a week. Gotcha. Yeah, I took that critique that I should be more specific with this one, about, like, the fox stuff. This is Magical Arm Part 2, Revenge of the Magic. In the first story I did with him, I did go into how he lost the arm. That was the one where he got a magic arm, but that was a little bit over a year ago. Like, I recall the more recent one, like, it was, like, in the window, right, that it got, slashed off when he tried to get out the window. And I remember I think I remember that first story of him, like, running away. Oh, maybe it's starting to come back to me. Because it had a very different vibe. Neither bad vibes, but I definitely remember thinking of the first one as more of a medieval fantasy setting, and now I know it's more of a modern Earth. I mean, fantasy would be on. I don't know. I was gonna say fantasy would be on Earth, but a lot of fantasy is not. But I don't know what I'm saying. A urban fantasy, I guess. A fantasy versus an urban fantasy. The Fey world is a separate reality. Gotcha. So, it is a real world, it's just a different real world, right? That does do flower hair. Nice. They were all experimented on and got the strange appearances from that, but I wasn't sure how to describe it fair. I mean, you didn't have to describe that for this story, like, just knowing, oh, hey, like, they look a little strange, but nobody notices, and, like, we've heard, again, like, saying that the Fae are part of it is really helpful, because then I see that he has fox-like features, I see that she looks like a disco ball, and I'm like, I'll allow it. I don't have to question it, because I'm like, yeah, there's Fae in this story. It probably has something to do with that. Don't know, like, exactly what caused it, but, like, I'm not confused by it. I have questions, but, I'm not confused about what's happening in the story because of it. So, yeah, like, of course, like, if you had the words, it could be nice to say something like, I mean, I guess you could say something as simple as, like, he supposes similar to the way that people reacted to the more fox-like features he'd gotten from their experiments. They never even saw them. Like, that would work, but it's also not necessary to understand the story. Yeah, I got the feedback to clarify the name last time. Gotcha. I'm curious if I gave you that feedback, or if, like, reviewers gave you that feedback, or both. No, I get the ew, me sentiment. Gotcha. Stevian voices Invincible and Invincible. That is on my list of shows to react to. I haven't seen it yet. Lily says, yeah, I didn't know how to end it. Fair enough. The hard part of my little fox stories is my beta readers are familiar with the character and setting. Super fair. I run into that too, or I think I've said that Meikokam and I go over my stories before I post them. And it's very helpful, and I do feel like he helps me make them better, but he's also very familiar with my stories, as am I, so it's hard to figure out, okay, what do I need to explain and what do I need to not. But as we said before, Documancer has started creating a weekly brainstorming thread, and so if you're like, I don't know if, like, newcomers will be confused, feel free to plop the story in there, and then hopefully there'll be some newcomers who can tell you if they're confused. Yeah, give the address and let him come on his own. Yeah, that could work to seem more like it. I mean, I don't know. Again, it still has the chance of seeming like, I don't know, but maybe that could seem more like I'm not, pulling you into where I want you to be. Rather, I am, I'm letting you make the choice for yourself. Is Little Fox from the World, he's in now or third place? Little Lady Eva, he's from this world. Gotcha. Aww, Matt Smith signed my fez for no extra charge and I got his autograph. Aw, that's so sweet. Oh, amazing. Freaking loyalists. Loyalist is a term used to describe changelings who are wittingly or otherwise working for their true Fae masters. Few changelings are as universally labeled villains as those who willingly serve the others, either directly or by proxy. Madmen are insane and cannot be held responsible for their actions. I guess this is from TV tropes. Loyalists serve the Fae either of fear or of worship, but are universally reviled by every other changelings. Their goals oppose those of most other changelings. They betray those with whom they should feel sympathy and compassion. So you're thinking that, is that you saying that you think that she's a loyalist, that she is working for the Fae, or is that you just going, yeah, there's a word for it if she is, Chronicles of Darkness wiki, gotcha. So he can't, find a birth certificate or something? Find a way to his hometown? That's the setting I took him from. Oh, you mean Chronicles of Darkness? That's from the TTRPG Changeling The Lost. Interesting. That makes sense then. But yeah, that's a good point, that if he was born, in our world, then, presumably he could find some documentation, unless they, the Fae, destroyed it or took it. Kitty has retreated far enough into the bed that you can't see him. I don't know if I kind of want to move the camera, but I don't want to wake him up by moving it. Anyone just hopping onto the stream will be like, why is there a coffin at the bottom of the screen? Alrighty, Rue. Great story. I was about to say Faye. Great story, little Lady Eva. Thank you so much for submitting. Let us go on to... I meant to say turn them off, not go to next. Let's go on to Lee Strangely's story. Alright. Foxhole by Lee Strangely. 326 words. Listen to the drums. Bum ba bum. Taste the wild air. Bum ba bum. Let the rivers of history carry you back. Many of the animals may not remember, and neither may you. But the trees do. They always have. Follow the roots. Follow the scratches yet to heal, and the glints of metal still held to its skin. Feel the heavy air cling to your skin. Feel the water hang on your hair. Run. Ba-bum. Run. Ba-bum. Run! Her nails dug into the wood with every step. The jungle flashed by like lightning. The misty air hit her face as if it were rain. There were no decisions, only instinct. Bang! Yet another object whistled by her ear, this time closer than before. Shards of wood flew in every direction. A pained creak followed as yet another branch fell to the jungle floor. She turned back only once, and only briefly. The image stayed clung to her mind no matter how fast she ran. The hunter. For his deeds, he deserves no other name. His pale clutches fiddled with the smoking weapon, while his fire-red eyes never left her snowy hide. White is bad luck in this jungle. White can't blend in. White is a rarity, and rarity was the hunter's prey. She needed shelter. Trees could shelter foxes, especially dead trees. Bang! Follow the root. Find the tree. The old tendrils spread far, rising, winding, dipping, and rising again.
The trail of their remains led her on and on, with the hunter not far behind. But before he could strike again, he took one final leap. The hunter growled as the white fox delved into the hollow. The darkness shielded her from his hungry eyes. In a final move, the hunter plunged one of his claws into the opening. She hissed. She struck back with teeth and fury. Light flooded the hole as the hunter fled. The white fox basked in the open light, free again. And throw out those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. So I want to know what you guys thought was happening here at the beginning. What it made you think of, like either what you directly thought was happening or just kind of like what it was reminiscent of or what it made you think of. I want to like give you some time to answer that before I reveal Lee's note about it. I think, granted, maybe it'll be hard to talk about without revealing it, but so this story is really interesting because I think the first part is really good and is really well written, and I think the second part is really good and it's really well written. But unfortunately, I don't think that they connect. And that is my main thought and critique for the story. I really like the onomatopoeia in the story. I can really, especially having read your note, I can really imagine those kinds of drums. And I like how it goes from bum ba bum to ba bum. And I especially like the, yes, okay, think about this, do this. Feel the water hang on your hair. Run. I think that's really cool because that is a pretty cool transition that I could imagine seeing, in some sort of visual media of, so like the narrator narrating over something. What was I going to say? I don't know, it's kind of like we're telling you about the scene and then you're in the scene, right? So that, yes, you're running, and then, no, you have to run, you need to get away, that kind of thing, that it goes from the telling to now there's urgency, now we're in it. And I think that works very well. I guess I was going to say something like, in a visual medium, it could be like, you hear this narration over things and you see like disjointed shots of like paws in a forest and, you hear, the fox breathing. And then I don't know, you hear that run and like now the narration goes away and we're fully in the scene and we see the fox and stuff like that, I guess. That doesn't quite describe what I was thinking. Because it's more like the scene switches than it like starts out in the scene and then like, goes even more into it. So yeah, I feel like I'm not describing that well. But the point is, I really like that, final run especially, as well as just the build up in that way. Rivers of history is a great phrase. Really like this whole speech of, the animals may not remember, and neither may you, but the trees do. They always have. Like, so poetic and interesting. Scratches yet to heal is a great phrase. Glint of metal still held to its skin is a really cool way of phrasing, like, the bullets that are still in the tree's bark. And so I like that a lot. So I guess I will now read the note to say more directly. Author's note: what started from an initial plan of writing a Jurassic Park style villain death scene eventually shifted into what I can best describe as a scene where the reader is drugged, sitting by a fire, as a shaman tells them a legend. The idea behind the opening was the narrator was encouraging the audience to physically feel themselves as part of the story in so many words. What are your thoughts? Is it an interesting writing experiment, or is it just an overly stylized mess? Well, I would definitely not call it an overly stylized mess. That is for sure too harsh.
I'm super curious what the Jurassic Park style villain death would be. If you're willing to share, I'd be curious to hear more about the original intent. So, when I first read, like, oh, we're, like, this is a shaman, we're all drugged and we're hearing the story, my first thought is, wow, like, I never would have guessed that. But then, once you tell me it, I'm like, that makes a whole lot of sense. that really fits the scene. Nope, I need actual water. And so, like, knowing that is very helpful, because now that I have that picture, I'm like, oh yeah, I can't imagine, like, we are, we're, like, by the campfire, or we're in his tent or something, and, like, you know, other people around the fire are banging the drums and stuff like that while he does this, like, ritual with you. And so that's really interesting and works well. I don't know if I would say that it would be better to, like, make it a little clearer, or if it, like, just works fine as is, even though, like, for me, I did need your note to get that. I'm a little torn, because if you describe, you know, you're around the campfire and stuff, that might take away from this beginning, because, like, it's hard to describe. Like, the beginning has a certain vibe to it, where if you were like, yes, I'm sitting here around the bonfire with the shaman listening to the drums. The shaman, listen to the drums. You know, that kind of takes away from the feeling of the listen to the drums, let the rivers of history carry you back, sort of thing. Like, you're really in it, with just as is. And part of it, now that I'm thinking about it in that way, is that it's not like, here's your scene setting, quotation mark, listen to the drums. It's just like the narration itself is telling you to listen to the drums, which I think adds to that, like, drugged up feeling of, like, it's in my head, you know, it's in the narration. It's not just someone telling me this. It is the story itself is telling me this. So then we switch from, you know, you're feeling this, all these things are happening, and we're like, ooh, okay, this is interesting and kind of ethereal, and I'm imagining, like, a forest or something. Her nails dug into the wood. Her nails dug into the wood. Who is her? Where are we? What's happening? And here's the thing. I think that my biggest critique of this piece would be totally fixed if the pronouns in the second half were you. All we need to do is start with you and end with you. Start, middle, and end with you. Or start, middle, and end with her. But going from you to her makes it feel like totally different stories. And, like, now that I've read your note and know what you're going for, I know that the reason that, like, this line here is in present tense is because it's like the shaman going, oh yes, the hunter, for his deeds he deserves no other name. But it wasn't really a strong enough connection, and so I don't really see this part of the story in the second half of the story. And so it just kind of makes me go, why is the fox thinking in present tense that he deserves no other name? Rather than, yes, the shaman still telling me the story is telling me this, you know, if that makes sense. But if you just kept it as you, then it would be like, yeah, like, we started this way, like, and again, like, maybe I wouldn't immediately go, yes, this is a shaman and I'm all drugged up by the bonfire, but it would still be like, hey, someone's telling me the story, someone's encouraging me to be a part of the story, and once I hit run, I'm in it, I'm in the story, rather than, like, run, new story, you know, run, all right, scrap all that, we're in somewhere totally different, you know? And my other biggest critique for the story is, as far as I'm aware, foxes don't live in the jungle. The jungle is very specifically tropical. It's like the rainforest. Just forest, is more of the temperate, like, North American climate where foxes live. And so I don't know if it's encouraging or discouraging that I would have very little, if anything, to critique about this story if you just said you instead of her, and if you said forest instead of jungle. And I kind of want to read the story a second time doing that and just kind of like put my money in where my mouth is and check and make sure that that's true. But yeah, like, foxes, as far as I know, don't live in the jungle, especially not white ones. And the other thing about the jungle is that there be trees everywhere in the jungle. And so in a forest, like, sure, a forest is, like, by definition, a lot of trees, but I could still believe that in, you know, a North American forest, you might have to follow the route and find a tree. But when you're in the jungle, it's like tree there, tree there, tree there, tree there, tree there. Like, you don't have to follow any routes, and if you did, you would be following a jumbled mess. Just pick one and go, you know, kind of thing. I noticed something on this read that I didn't before, that I think what you're going for is a specific dead tree, because you do say, I don't know how easily I can find it, but you do say, like, especially dead ones could hide foxes. And so I think you're going for, like, she's running to, like, the great dead tree on the hill, you know, kind of thing. Which is a really cool image, if that is the intent, that there's, like, this specific dead tree that she knows can hide her, and that's where she's going. But it was hidden enough that I didn't quite get that, and so I do think that saying forest and describing a little more this specific dead tree would help. Excuse me. And I guess just, like, the setting overall, like, describing a little more about it could help, because then that could help with that general question of, like, okay, wherever we are, we're like, somewhere where there are trees around. Why do you need to find this specific tree? You know, why are you following the routes? Like, are you actually in a field right now? If so, why does it say you're in a jungle? And if this tree is better at hiding you than others, then might be good to describe that in more detail. But anyways, going into, like, the actual specifics in the story, I do think you describe well, you know, I can imagine her little claws digging into the wood. It's interesting because I don't know how intentional it was to use nails for her and claws for the hunter. I'm pretty sure the claws for the hunter was intentional, but I don't know if you intentionally used the more human word for her. On the one hand, I kind of like that. On the other hand, there's a potential, there's maybe a potential that it could get confusing there, and you could kind of go, like, okay, this is a human with nails, and, like, the hunter is, like, a werewolf or something, you know? But I don't know. Like lightning is a great descriptor there. And then I think you describe it well, of, like, I can really imagine, okay, there's, like, the touch of her nails on the wood. It's flashing by her, it's going by really fast. The misty air is hitting her face. She's not even thinking. She's just running on instinct. The description works very well. And I can imagine that feeling of the object whistling by her ear. She doesn't even know what a bullet is. It's just an object going by closer than last time, but we can know, oh, hey, that's probably a bullet. And I can imagine it breaking apart, you know, a nearby tree. So I think that works very well. I like the image of, like, she turned back once and then never again, because it's cemented in her mind and she just has to keep going now. I think saying just the image clung to her mind rather than the image stayed clung to her mind would work better, and I think clung is the more evocative thing. But I do like that. And, you know, despite having, like, a critique on the fact that it's in present tense and it's not nearly connected enough to the beginning, I do like that idea of, he's just the hunter. For his deeds, he deserves no other name. That's very neat. It's really interesting that his pale clutches fiddled with the smoking weapon. I think that this is one of those things where it's like, it's almost too good. Like, that's a really clever writing device to, instead of saying his fingers or his hands, a more, like, natural way of saying that, you say his clutches, and that's so much more evocative, because when you think of clutches, you know, it's like, you're clutching something. I want this fox, you know, I want to clutch her. And so it's a very negative way to describe his hands. I think that works very well.
Oh, sneeze, goes the kitty.
However, it's so unique and clever that, like, the first time I read it, it's like, his pale clutches fiddled. Like, I feel like I'm missing a word there or something. And so I am unsure whether to praise it or critique it, and so I will do both. That I feel like that's really clever and well done, but I also feel like it easily throws you. His fire red eyes definitely, has that feeling of like the drug state sort of thing, where it's like things are amplified. He's seeming more demonic than he would in real life. I like your description of white being bad luck, and I like the connection between it's bad luck, it's a rarity, and that's why it's his prey. That's why he wants her. That works very well. Aside from the logical question of why is there a white fox in the jungle, I do like the idea. There's a slight question of, again, if we're in a jungle, jungles are super duper dense. They're, like, you would not be able to really step without stepping on a plant of some sort. And so on the one hand, I can totally get, yeah, she's white. Maybe there's not a lot of white things in the jungle. That would totally stick out. And then on the other hand, I'm going, hide behind something. Pick a tree, pick a bush, hide. Why is it this hard? Which is another thing that forest would help, because I think forests have a little bit... They still are, like, covered in foliage and stuff, but they're not nearly as dense. And so I can believe a little more that it's like, I can't find a place to hide, in a forest than a jungle. There's the especially dead trees. So I do really like the movement of follow the root, find the tree, the old tendrils spread far, rising, winding, dipping, and rising again. Like, I feel like I am following the root, that it's so much more evocative than just describing, like, how fast she's running or like, how her paws feel in the dirt, which in itself could be evocative. But to describe her, like, following the movement of the root, works even better, and and does even more movement. But like I said, the critique for it is I don't know why she has to follow the root when she's in a jungle full of roots. But I do like the movement of it regardless. And then, of course I like the ending, and of course I'm very glad that the fox survived. And I am way more okay with Fox surviving, but, like, kind of having questions about it and not really sure why it works that way. I'm way more okay with that than just Fox dying and it making more logical sense. However, I do have some questions about it, which is that it kind of reads like, okay, there's not a lot of description about the tree. It just seems like maybe at the base of the roots there's kind of a little hollow for her to dive into. And so she dives in and, like, we don't know how deep she is in there. And the hunter, like, tries to grab at her in the hollow and she, like, snaps at him. And then he just leaves. And so, like, if he really is a hunter and that's the only name that he deserves and he has a gun and he's got the red eyes and everything... I don't know why just a little snap from the fox would be enough to make him go, guess I lost this one. I think even just description of, like, she didn't know how long it was before he fled, or it felt like an hour of snapping and growling before he gave up or something could help. But as is, it feels like she runs in and then he immediately is like, well, I guess that's over, I don't know why he'd give up so easily. And then I do like I said, I do really like the hopefulness of the ending. Okay, so I'm going to, before we go on, I'm going to read it again, but I'm going to read it with you and Forrest and see if I believe myself to be correct after actually reading it that way. Foxhole, I leave strangely, 326 words. Listen to the drums.
Bum ba bum. Taste the wild air. Bum ba bum. Let the rivers of history carry you back. Many of the animals may not remember, and neither may you, but the trees do. They always have. Follow the roots, follow the scratches yet to heal, and the glints of metal still held to its skin. Feel the heavy air cling to your skin. Feel the water hang on your hair. Run, ba-bum. Run, ba-bum. Run! Your nails dig into the wood with every step. The jungle flashes by like lightning. The misty air hits your face as if it were rain. There are no decisions, only instinct. Bang! Yet another object whistles by your ear, this time closer than before. Shards of wood fly in every direction. A pained creak follows as yet another branch fell to the forest floor. You turn back only once, and only briefly. The image stays clung to your mind, no matter how fast you run. The hunter. For his deeds, he deserves no other name. His pale clutches fiddle with the smoking weapon, while his fire-red eyes never leave your snowy hide. White is bad luck in this forest. White can't blend in. White is a rarity, and rarity is the hunter's prey. You need shelter. Trees can shelter foxes, especially dead trees. Bang! Follow the root. Find the tree. The old tendrils spread far, rising, winding, dipping, and rising again. The trail of their remains lead you on, with the hunter not far behind. But before he can strike again, you take one final leap. The hunter growls as you delve into the hollow. The darkness shields the darkness shields you from his hungry eyes. In a final move, the hunter plunges one of his claws into the opening. You hiss. You strike back with teeth and fury. Light floods the hole as the hunter flees. You bask in the open light, free again. Yep, I definitely think that works better. I missed the first jungle. That one should have been forest. It was funny that the jungle one was harder to switch. But yeah, that works a lot better for me. And I only realized, actually reading it, is that there's another reason why the two seem like totally different stories. The first part is in present tense, the second part is in past tense. And so it goes from first person present tense to second person, or not second person, it goes from second person present tense to third person past tense. And so that creates a very strong difference between the two. Yeah, so I do think that you still could add like a couple more interjections to connect the stories a little more. So it's like, more stuff like this to convey this is a story being told. But I do think just the you would work better. Because even though you're not the fox, you are being asked to put yourself in the place of the fox. And so, like, for the sake of this story, it doesn't matter that the you in the story isn't literally the fox. I think even if you don't know that you're drugged and being told a story, I think you can kind of get that vibe of, like, you're being asked to put yourself in the place of this creature. And so I think that works well. Let's see what folks have been saying. I don't know what the movie The GIF is from, but Elise says that this movie was one of the direct inspirations. Originally it was going to be the hunter chasing the white fox into the tree, discovering a bunch of other foxes who eventually surround him. Then after maybe one more tussle, they all take him down. Oh, nice. Totally. I like that. That would totally work. And feel very, very Jurassic Park. Albinism and leucism is possible, but the fox would be dead very fast. Well, the thing is, like, that's fair. And granted, like, foxes have a, I don't know, in a story like this, if you're wanting the fox to be albinistic or leucistic, that's more difficult to convey with a fox because there are white foxes,
However, I still have a question of why is there a fox in the jungle? Like, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty dang sure foxes don't live in the jungle. They don't live in South America or Africa or, like, India or places like that. They live in North America and in Europe and stuff like that. They live up here, not down here. The original idea involved an implied specific hideout where there are other foxes also hiding. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know how easy it would be to kind of just throw that in there of, like, you know, maybe you could have a line of, you know, let's see. Yeah, because I guess, like, trees could shelter foxes, especially dead trees, just kind of reads like, looking for a tree. And it's like, you're in a jungle, my man. Pick one. But if you say, she needed shelter, she needed to find the tree, that is a time when the would work, because it's like, oh, okay, there's the tree, a specific tree you're looking for. So she needed shelter, she needed to find the tree. The one her kind, you know, used... I don't know, the one her kind used for safety, for shelter, for sanctuary. I don't know. However you want to phrase it. But yeah, I think that you could replace this with more specificity of she needed to find the tree that her kind used for sanctuary. Something along those lines, I think, would work. Fox ambush, yeah. To be fair, it was way late in the night for me when I was finishing the story. I was tired. I wasn't entirely sure about story, more so after showing it to someone in real life who ended up really not liking the opening, or most of my description choices, especially related to the hunter. Oh, that's too bad. And after missing the last prompt, I just wanted to see this piece finished, since posting Friday morning wasn't going to be an option for me. Well, like, I think that your friend was being too harsh on you, because, like I said, I, like, both parts of the story, I was like, this is really well written. And, like, your descriptions are part of what's so well written about both parts. And so I just needed that, like, through line, that thing that combined the two, which for me would just be keeping the tense and perspective the same. But otherwise, like, it worked very well, and it's very evocative and easy to imagine and stuff like that. So, like, I mean, especially for a story that you wrote while you were tired and stuff, the fact that my main critiques are just like, change these 2 words and you're good. Or, well, maybe it's not that simple, but, you know, basically, I think you did quite well. Oh, Jumanji. I have watched the new Jumanji. I don't know if I watched the old Jumanji, so that must be from the old Jumanji. They do, just not the red ones. Crab-eating foxes. Okay, the range of South American foxes. Gotcha. I see. So can those be white? Or I guess that's what you were saying. I guess that's what you were saying about the, like, albinism and stuff. It doesn't matter if they're white. They just be albinistic. Yeah, do they actually eat crabs? Looked it up, and there are technically so why the jungle? Looked up foxes, and there are technically foxes in some jungles of the world. Again, Jumanji was an inspiration. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that. Like, I don't know if it's just me who, like, had that question, but, like, honestly, like, that really bugged me. The story where I'm like, they don't live in the jungle. And so, like, maybe it's just my ignorance and it's, like, nothing wrong with the story. But if other people also were like, why are we in the jungle? Then, like I said, like, I don't feel like it's a big change just to make it the forest and make it understandable to even folks who don't think that there are foxes in the jungle. Lady Eva, I don't know how to critique stories when I do my reviews. I just review based on vibes. I vibe with this one. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, of course, it's helpful if you're able to critique people, but, like, if you, like, can't figure out anything to critique, that's totally fine. I mean, that's my job on the stream. But anywho, very neat story, Lee. It is 6 o'clock, so unfortunately, looks like we will not be doing our bonus fifth, or if we do, it'll only be like if I have energy at the end. But let's make a blank page for our midstream question. I think I have some saved. Ooh, these are both good questions. One being a good question for, like, well, maybe it's a different thing, but I was going to say. So one question is, do you need environmental factors to help you write? If so, what are they? And the other is, what other media inspires you? I guess what other media inspires you works well for the next prompt, and so I guess let's save that for that one, and we'll do the environmental one here. I saw that and I was like, that works well for the story we just read. It had a lot of environmental factors, but no, we're talking about like your room or, you know, wherever you are that you write. Those environmental factors, but still. At least, and CM Weller can correct me if I'm wrong, but is that correct that you're kind of asking, do you need something in your space? Like, do you need to be in a specific room in your house? Or do you need people not to be talking around you when you write? Do you need to be listening to music? You know, do you mean that kind of environmental factor? I guess I will wait for a response before going. Did you see Kitty? I think he was turning around a little bit. Pretty much, yes. The room, the soundscape, whether the TV is on, etc. Very fair. All right, let's head to the standby. And let's move this. And then, oh yeah, I didn't make that channel for the midstream questions. Maybe I'll, once again, I tend to forget things after the stream, so you know, let's just make it right this second. Midstream question suggestions. So that's fun to say. And I will put it underneath the stream chat. So there you go. There's where you can place your midstream question suggestions. Oh, righty-roo. Okie dokie. Alright. Where's the tunes? Need to turn on the tunes. There you go. Alright. I will see you guys in a little bit. I realized I need to set something up that I totally didn't set up before. So I'm going to change the visuals and turn off the audio to try and set it up. If you can hear anything, say something. I hit play on the music. Let me know if you can still hear the music or not. Alright, hopefully that worked and was set up as should be. Thanks for your help. Alrighty-roo. Oh yes. I can turn that little camera off now because
I got Kitty with me. Oh, you can't see his face. You can only see his little fluffy caterpillar body. But I don't have Kitty. Alright, so, oh yeah.
Ooh, seems like lots of conversation on this one.
Good boy.
Yes. CM Weller. Answering my own question, lol. I used to think I could write anywhere, and I have. But what I have discovered is that white noise of some variety is very important. Silence lets my mind wander away from what I'm supposed to be doing. So having something playing in my ears is essential to my process. Lately, it's been long form video essays, but music works very well. And I really need to concentrate. I get the focus the focus themed binaural beats going. Have laptop and while write wow. Have laptop, will write whenever. I'm still for 10 consecutive minutes. Nice. Oh yeah, I didn't ask. Where are we in terms of the Encore Nest? I think I missed some donations. Thank you to everyone who donated, and I'm sorry to one who I missed. It's easier with cheers apparently. I guess since this one's so personal, I guess I should answer my own experience early. So, for me, I should move this. So for me, I'm pretty sure that I could write in like lots of different places, but I can't write like I think I'm with you with the white noise, but I guess I just have different standards of white noise because I can't write if I can now I'm backtracking. So I can write with music, and I usually do. I can also write with silence, and when I'm like really in a certain mood, then the music could ruin that mood, and I want to like stay in that headspace, and so I'll stay in the silence. So I can listen to music with lyrics. If I recall, I think in the past I couldn't. I think I had to train myself on it so that at first I had to have total silence, and then I could listen to instrumental music, and then I trained myself to be able to listen to music with lyrics. And I can be like in a space where it's just like jumbled, like there's people talking, but it's jumbled nonsense. If I'm like at a big party and I'm sitting in the back writing on my phone, as long as I can't really hear any specific conversations, then I'm good and I can write. But the main thing that will make me struggle to write is if I hear specific conversations. So like I could not listen to a YouTube video while I write. I can't write while I'm just like listening to my parents talk, or if I was like at a party and there are two people talking right in front of me. All those I would not be able to write because I would just be listening to, it would interfere with like me being able to hear the words in my own head. And I'd just be listening to what they're saying and not like what I'm thinking. And like I do, it's funny because I would think that I'd want to write in like a secluded space, but in both of my houses, I have always wanted to write in kind of the middle area. That's like in the old house we called it the den. It was between the kitchen and the bedrooms where I could kind of still hear what's happening in the kitchen, like my mom making dinner or whatever, but I was in my own space, but I wasn't like totally secluded in the back. And then same with this house, I thought I would write in the media center, which is like a more secluded room upstairs. But I tend to write in the open area upstairs where, again, I could still hear, like, my mom making something in the kitchen, but I'm also separated from her by being upstairs. I don't really know why exactly that is, why I like that. But, and granted, I think part of it is because I don't like that the media center doesn't have windows, but I don't know if that's all of it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else specific that I need. There probably is, but I'm not thinking of it. Anyways, back to your answers. And for me, preferably, I need a quieter space with minimal or no talking, depending on if I can block it out or not. Otherwise, I put on lo-fi music in the background to have a more chill vibe. I usually write on my iPad, but prefer something bigger like a laptop or computer. I use my iPad mostly because I write when I have free time at work. The iPad is just easier to travel with. Makes sense. Sometimes I join writing springs to have some sort of accountability through my frequency for joining them, though my frequency for joining them has died down. I mostly need to find a system that works best for me. Even though I write at work, there's still quite a bit of noise that's hard for me to block out, even with noise-canceling headphones. Very fair. Also, having a desk job, I just don't want to sit at a desk at home anymore. That makes sense. Maybe using my mom's standing desk could work better for me. An idea I just thought of while typing. Nice. Since I wrote for my iPad, it's an iPad mini, meaning the battery drains fast, so I have to make sure I have a charger with me. And I do have a Bluetooth keyboard. Luckily, that keyboard needs to be charged way less frequently. Interesting. Yeah, I highly recommend standing desks. Just in general, whatever you need it for, I really recommend it. As I think you guys know, this is a standing desk. That's why I spend half the stream standing and half sitting, and I really like being able to do that, where I don't have to pick one or the other and just go, I'm going to be on my feet all day, or my butt's going to be in the chair all day. Because either way, either my feet are going to hurt or my butt's going to hurt. But having that balance is like, yeah, I can sway and get my energy out, and then when I get tired, I can sit down. So yeah, very much recommend that. And you can just, whatever purposes you need it for, you have the options. We're 3 unlocked. Awesome. That's great to hear. Yeah, so am I more motivated to write or more productive with certain environmental conditions? Maybe that's a better way to phrase it. Yeah! I mean, I think I find I'm better under a certain set of conditions. Weirdly, I usually am better at writing when I'm visiting my parents. Interesting. Is this like a happy time or a stressful time? Are you like, I'm so stressed out, I need to get this out somehow? Or is it like, I'm so relaxed, I feel safe to write? Because I feel like it could go either way. Oh yeah, I didn't really talk about like the more like mental, emotional factors, but I think that's kind of a thing, at least for me too, that like the biggest factor on whether or not I can write is not where I am physically, it's where I am mentally. And I won't go too much into it because I've talked about it before, but at least for me, like watching or reading, something that is inspiring or in my genre or something like that can often help me get into that proper headspace that I need to be in. And then, yeah, but, like, going to, like, I'm so freaked out, I need to write, like, that can be a thing for me, that, like, something bad happens, and then I'm like, I need to, like, express myself, and I will express myself about, this emotion through writing about my characters experiencing a similar emotion, so that could be a factor. Back to Mass's answer. Well, I definitely do not want it, what I definitely do not want is distractions. I rarely write well if there's anyone there with me to react to, unless I'm doing a collaborative thing with someone who is also writing at the same time. Yeah, I vibe with that. It's kind of similar but different to what I was saying about, oh, poor boy.
Yeah, you're snotty. I need to get that snot. No, I don't think you want the snotties either. Let me get the grossness out of your ear too, if I can. Let me get the grossness. I'm not feeling it. Well, I got something. Hopefully that was the grossness I was feeling. Kitty boo.
Oh, I don't think you saw it, but he was tapping his feet while I was, or like, doing the thumper. Oh yeah, so like that's a similar thing where it's like, if somebody's talking right in front of me, I'm gonna struggle. And then if somebody's just like sitting there in front of me, like, I don't know, I was gonna say presuming that I'll talk, but even if like we've agreed to silently sit together and write, I generally don't do that, and I feel like I would struggle with that as well. I don't know exactly why, other than just feeling like I can't get into my own head, because I feel like something's expected of me, even if it's literally been agreed that, like, we're gonna sit here and just write and, like, not talk. It still feels like somebody is with me. I'm expected to have some sort of, like, I don't know, do something, react in some way, or talk or interact or something.
Yeah, you want out? Okay.
I'm still in the middle of Mass's response. I do have, wait, did I actually say that? So what I definitely do not want is distractions. I rarely write well if there's someone else there with me to react to, unless I'm doing a collaborative thing with someone who is also writing at the same time. I do have 2 different playlists for writing. One is full of EDM with little to no lyrics and repetitive. The other is all K-pop, and since I don't understand Korean, the lyrics are generally not distracting. That's a good point. I do need somewhere comfortable to sit, and I do need to sit while writing. So most of the time it's either in my room or again at my parents' house. Interesting. Well, if I honestly am having a difficult time pinning down my ideal writing environment. I think it has to do with how my muse is acting. Some days it's just a quiet place where I also have to be quiet. I was about to read that as quaint. It's a quiet place where I must be quaint. Cottagecore is the only option. I'll also have to be quiet. Some days it requires heavy metal, folklore, conspiracy theory, psychology, video essays, or horror podcasts. Also I require a place where I can sit comfortably for a long period of time. Very fair. You know, I mean, since this is all personal, really the only way to respond is to just respond to, like, what I vibe with. So I hope it's not too, I don't know, annoying that I keep talking about my own experience. Yeah, I forgot to say that as well, that generally I can listen to, like, even if I'm writing a sad scene, I can listen to happy music and it'll be fine. But it does enhance the experience if I'm, like, writing a sad scene and it's more slow, more melancholy music. If I'm writing a battle scene and I'm listening to trailer music, sort of thing. And so I even though, like, I can't listen to, like, podcasts, I can totally vibe with, like, I'm writing a horror scene, so I need my horror podcast. I'm writing a folklore scene, so, like, I need my folklore, you know, folky music or whatever. Music inspired by folklore or whatever. So super, super fair. Lee, environment guarantees nothing for me. I can't count the number of times I've had time, space, and nothing to distract and ended up wasting all of it staring at a blank page and wandering around the house, muttering to myself like a madman. Amazing. Well, this is what I was saying about, like, your mental environment in addition to your physical environment, that I am, like, maybe not exactly the same way, but, you know, I can vibe with that, where it's like, you can have everything set up right and still not be able to because your mind isn't in the right place. And then I'll be in the middle of work or something important to where I'm listening to a movie score and suddenly think, man, I want to write something. Totally fair. It's like the meme of the brain where it's like, okay, brain, do something. And brain's like, I don't have anything. And then at 3 a.m., brain's like, I have something. It's not that phrasing exactly, but I think there's a comic about that. Corian says, I've had similar experiences as well, Lee. When I'm swamped at work, some days all I want to do is write, but work comes first. Then there's times I waste time by not doing the actual writing and find anything else to do.
Oh, he back. Hi. You gonna get back in a little bit? Are you gonna sit with me? What you wanna do? What's Kitty gonna do? He gonna get in the bed, but the camera's not right. The camera's not right. Oh.
I'm so happy that they're using it. Because I saw it, like, well, I guess we're having to talk about it the next ad. If I didn't read it Korean, so then there's times I waste time by not doing the actual writing and find anything else to do. Mm-hmm. See, well, my best ideas always happen in the shower when otherwise too far from means to write them down. Fair. Totally vibe with the shower thing. So it's interesting because I don't know if others do this or not, but for me, I intentionally, like, think about what I'm gonna write for the week on in the shower. Like, when we get the prompt, when I next get into the shower, I'm like, okay, time to let those thoughts marinate. Think about the prompt, think about what you're gonna do with it. And so it's not so much that like I'm in the shower and suddenly, whoa, bam, inspiration hits me and I can't write it down. It's more like I purposely think about it, and then if like it's not time to get out of the shower, I run over the dialogue over and over in my head to remember it, so I can write it down on my phone when I get out. Yes, says Wolf. I want a waterproof board or something in the bathroom so I'm not forgetting things. Nice. I have, not that, but I don't know if I've showed it to you guys before. Oh yeah, it's not on the bed. But I don't know if I've showed it to you guys before, but I have a pillowcase that is like, it looks like, you know, notebook paper, and you actually can write on it. It didn't work as well for me as I wanted it to, because like when I'm tired, like my handwriting is bad by default, but when I'm tired, my handwriting is especially bad, and so it would just be like, and I'm like, what is Hermaner past Kaylee? You know, but if your handwriting, especially your sleepy handwriting, is good enough, I would. And you have the money for it, because I think it was expensive. It was like a Christmas gift. I would recommend getting this pillowcase or the bedspread that looks like the notebook, so that you can write down your ideas in as you wake up in a fervor. What is that the word? Fervor? Not fever, but anyways. But we'll say that he wants a waterproof board or something in the bathroom so I'm not forgetting things. So, like, yeah, having, like, a whiteboard that's, like, waterproof, that could be fun. I hadn't really thought about that. That's a good point. Get a phone sling for touchscreen phones and such. I've seen some, and it's usually marketed for if you're going to the beach or pool and lakes. Interesting. That could work as well, like... For me, like, I do write on my phone, and so that could be helpful in that sense. But for me, I very purposely like not having my phone in the shower, because it's like, if I don't have any other time of day to disconnect from electronics, I have my shower time. And so I don't want the phone to encroach upon shower time, too. Oh, it looks like Sia Weller found out where. Nice. I'll have to look at that later. Oh yeah, that's a great idea too. It says, I have a thread in my private Discord only I can see that I use as a notebook. Just flip out my phone when an idea strikes me. I have that too, but I just use it for sermon notes. I just use it for like sermon notes on Sunday and throughout the week and stuff. I mean, it's a general note thing, but it's become mostly just sermon notes. But I hadn't thought about using it for writing, and so that's a great point. You can just have your private channel for your ideas and stuff, so you have them all in one place. Yeah, so they don't get lost in your notes app. Mm-hmm. Wolf, I'm cursed to use low tech. It's not the same as actual pencil and paper. Corian, if I use pen and paper, I'm afraid I won't be able to decipher my handwriting sometimes, so I just type that, and my hand tires much more quickly now when writing with pen and paper, since I no longer need to, because I've been out of college for a good couple of years, I have no need to physically write things down all the time. Yeah, this is super fair. But yep, I am totally with you there. It is better for me to type it out just so it's legible to everyone, including myself. And also I am a very fast phone typer. Ooh, nice. Still some notes about the astrology of Finfeld somewhere in my room. That's cool. And Corey, my handwriting isn't bad, but there are moments when I can't make out what I wrote, and I haven't revisited it in quite a while. That's fair. Wolf, my print's okay, but my cursive is immaculate. Too bad I cramp up whenever I write that way. Pixar, it didn't happen. I want to see it. I want to see your immaculate cursive. I don't remember how to write some letters in cursive, says Korean. I was told in high school you'll need it. Gets to high school and never had to use cursive. As far as I know, like, schools have been weaning it out so that, you know, we used to have to learn it, and now, I think they're not requiring it, or not requiring it as much anymore. I'm writing at home. It's mostly in my room. I have written at a bookstore cafe. It's too distracting for me. Fair. Yeah, bookstore. Bookstore could be nice and quiet. No, visiting my parents is a comforting environment. Oh, good. We've asked us to go to work. It's lovely to have you. Korean, yeah, having the right mindset and headspace is a big factor for me as well. If I'm exhausted emotionally and mentally, then writing is not possible or feels like a drag. Yep, super fair. I hate being interrupted at work, whether I'm actually working on reading/writing during my free time at work. Prefer to be left alone. Number of people in my office has dwindled, so that's a plus for me. Less noise. Fair. Play that folky music. Nice. CML, I've been the primary caregiver/problem solver in my house for ages. I'm used to being interrupted. That's a good point. And I think that kind of goes back to, like, you know, what I said on a smaller scale about, like, training myself to be able to write with the lyrics. I think you can, like, train yourself to be able to write through pretty much anything. But, you know, it might be harder for some people and some environments than others. And you really do have to kind of get to that place where you're okay writing almost anywhere before you can, like, now go to the, like, what are the almost places? Let's fix that, you know? Oh, really? Wolf says, I don't match the mood of what I'm listening to. Very interesting. Like you mentioning folklore music and this prompt being Fox related, there's an album called Folklore by the Crane Wives. Interesting. Because when I listen to sad or just weird music, it's just like, my whole playlist is sad and weird. I can't wait until I find a sad and weird scene of my story to listen to it. It's all I got. How do you make that a prompt? Sad and weird is all I've got. COL, Greeks are pursued by the Furies. Writers are pursued by the Muses when we have nothing to write things down with. Yes. I'm surprised I have not read more stories like that, be it in the writing group or in other places, of just, like, a writer who's like, come on, muse, show up, and the muse isn't showing up, and then, like, while the writer is at work, the muse is like, hey, I have an idea for you, you gotta write it down. It's like, I'm working. You couldn't have showed up when I asked you to? Oh, I was busy eating pizza, you know? Oh, you'll have one bookstore to get quite busy. Nice. Oh, yeah. I see that. That is some good print and cursive. I kind of want to show it on stream for the VOD, but I don't know if that's okay. Some voices are grating to me, and I have one coworker who every few seconds clacks his mouse on his desk so it gets under my skin quickly, because I hear both all day, 40 hours a week. Oh, gosh. It makes me think of, I'm trying to remember what the exact situation was, but at, like, PetSmart, there was, like, a little alert that, I can't remember if it was broken or if it just, like, they hadn't dealt with it yet, and, like, it was right by the cash register, and it just kept going off, and I was like, I don't know how you deal with it, you poor employee. And, like, some stores have, like, especially annoying, like, welcome bells and stuff like that. I'm like, how do you do it? I'm sure they get used to it after a while, but Muse, where's my money? Interesting. Go for it? Was that a go for it as in, like, show it on stream for the VOD? I wrote in a bookstore maybe once, finishing up fanfic for Halloween. There are no bookstores I can access easy enough to make it worthwhile. Not anymore, at least. Fair enough. Just like I know I need quiet and maybe some music, though I've been able to write in many different locations. Fair. Like, there is some environmental aspects to it, but mostly distraction-free, including the ones in my own head is what's important. There has to be something going on or my brain will start filling in the silence, but it also needs to not be anything that actually draws my attention. Yep, super fair. I think that's a good one to land on, because I think a lot of us could vibe with that, where it's just like, it could be a lot of different environments, but I just need, it needs to be something that doesn't draw my attention and not too silent that my head fills it in with other stuff. All my bookstores have nowhere to lurk and write. Fair. Wolf says he doesn't mind, so... Did I hear a meow? So here you go. That is a meow. Here you go, Vaude. There's the immaculate cursive.
Hi. You woke up. Yes, your brother's in the bed. Yes, your brother's in the bed. He's a kitty.
I'm curious if you could see me, picking
Yes. I can't do it with you in my arms.
I don't even know what I was curious about now. Oh, I was curious if you could see me pick her up in the coffin cam.
There is a meow, yes. It's a meowy kitty. Meow, y'all.
Alright, so we have 3 encores unlocked, so if you would like to unlock the 4th, then don't hesitate to donate.
Do not sneeze on my photo op, please.
And I've gotten permission now from the council, so I think I will read the little bonus thing at the end. I saw fluffy feet, then a shadow took them away. Beautiful poetry. Okie dokie.
Meow. Oh, I heard a bow sneeze too.
Alan Tiddick. Achoo! Yeah.
Oh yeah, I should close this up so you don't knock it over when you presumably jump up here. Big cat, big cat. You're a cutie. You know that? Yes, you are.
Alrighty. I can't guarantee that your story will be read meowless. There may be meows in the middle of your story, but I will try to pet her and keep her occupied. Alright, somebody tag Ashikon. Oh, I think you already did. Nice. Okay. Lost and Found. Awakening by Ashikon/Steel Bulwark. 350 words. I don't really remember much before I met him, but I do remember hunting, being hunted, being captured, being hurt, slipping away, limping, hiding. But I regained consciousness, and I became conscious, aware. He spoke to me, and I understood him. You're safe now, little fox. A voice gentler than any I'd heard. His hands glowed, and the power I felt from him was something I knew shouldn't come in such a small being. An instinctual fear welled up in me, but instinct no longer controlled me. I knew this creature for what he was, but I also knew he wouldn't harm me. But why would a dragon take the form of those that hunted all? His eyes, warm despite their nearly cyan blue hue, settled on mine, and a certain recognition came over them. I'm sorry, but you'll now outlive the family you fled to protect. I just pray that you'll not come to feel as lost as I am. For now, I should make sure you know who you are. I will call you Akane. Welcome to the world of humans. Melancholy tinged his voice, though for himself or me I can't say. My head swiveled, and my small, lithe body seemed to glimmer in the dim candlelight. I tried to move and found my body restricted. I still made it onto my stomach,
and I saw my tails flutter. Wait, tails? I noticed two, where one should be. I meant only to save you and send you to your den, but now I'll need to find your sanctuary while you learn what it means to live with sapiens. He knelt and picked me up, his hands both soft and strong. I may not survive my path, but I want you to survive and find joy, that elusive salve that existence offers. Now, though, he was like a father to me. He left me with you, and you've fulfilled your promise to him. Now that I can defend myself, though, I want to find him and give his lonely heart sanctuary, if he has yet to find it. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Microfiction, the Meowsicle.
Yes. Kitty cat, kitty cat.
Of course, since I called it out, it didn't happen.
Is that what I gotta do? I just gotta call out that it might happen, and you're like, well, now I'm not doing it. Kitty. You don't get it.
Alrighty, Rue. Well, I very much enjoyed this story. I'm really curious.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Lay down.
I'm really curious because I really enjoyed the story, and I felt like it really worked in terms of introducing the universe well, so that you're not trying to do too much and like it's understandable. But other folks that I've talked to about the story didn't feel that way. Felt like the universe stuff did get in the way, and that it did provide a lot of questions. And so I'm curious which camp chat falls into. Were you like, I felt like I totally understood it and vibed with it? Were you like, I was super confused about what was going on? Or were you somewhere in the middle? Ashikon's notes. Whoa! I have not actually read this note. I didn't know it was that long. Okay. Looking like my notes. As rushed as this is, my original draft had about 500 words. I think I've distilled as much as I can manage without losing the invocation of sanctuary. One, after editing this down, I feel like the pacing is a little off, and some elements are too obtuse after being relegated to a single line. After reading the reason behind the prompt, though, I knew I had to write about Akane, since she was a fox before she started evolving throughout the story I was at one point writing. This one is from her perspective as she woke up, then jumps to modern day when she leaves the sanctuary he found her. So my question is there enough here to infer that he did find her sanctuary? 2, for her, sanctuary is a place to heal and learn. For him, who's named himself Mark by this point in the story, sanctuary is a place to find peace. So my question, are her interjections here enough to show why she's leaving to find him? 3, that last paragraph was rough to make because I had another 200 words in the present day that I felt I had to crunch into that, so there would be enough context into exactly who and what Akane is. So my question is there enough context in the piece that it doesn't need further explanation? 4, just as a general overtone, Akane finds far more light and hope in life than Mark ever did. Was that last paragraph enough to show that? And of course, any other questions, comments, or critiques are entirely welcome. I hope you all enjoyed it, and I'm happy I was able to contribute to the charity effort. Well, I'm happy you were able to contribute too. Like, I think I remember you, like, saying in the chat and being like, I haven't been writing for a while. Is it okay if I just write for this one? And I'm like, you're totally good, fam. Like, even if you write one story every 6 months, we still love you. And we're still happy to read your stories, like, whenever you are able to write them. Nice. I didn't really have the hiccups, not full on hiccups, just like a little one. All right. So let's see. I do like that we start with kind of this like jumbled mess of emotion, that it's like I don't remember anything specific, but I do just remember the jumbled mess of being hunted, captured, and hurt. And so I think that worked very well. I'm very curious about why him is capitalized, because to me it kind of just conveys that like Akane
loves and cares for Mark so much that she has basically made him a god in her mind. And it's really interesting. I am curious if like non-Christians and general non-religious people have a different view on this, because to me, if I see a capital him, I'm thinking God. And so I do think that like capitalizing her, like you're for like my own reading, like you're able to have a lot more freedom with that and be like, her, I love her so much. But especially with him, it's like I really associate that with, you know, with God, and so it makes me go, if you're capitalizing this, you think of him as a god. And so for my personal thoughts, I would say if you're just meaning like, yeah, it's just him, I care about him, I don't know his name though, then I would say just keeping it lowercase would work better for me. But that might not be true for less religious people. People who aren't as familiar with the capital hymn for God might actually quite like it and find that it really works. And if it did work for you, how did it work? What did it mean? You know?
Kelly.
So I actually quite liked the I regained consciousness and became conscious. I could see it being worthy of critique, that it feels repetitive and you might not get what it means. But even if I recall from my first reading, even from that, I was immediately able to go, oh, okay, so like you woke up, but you also like realized, you know, you had some sapience, like even just from that. And I thought it was kind of a cool repetition in that way, that it's like consciousness and being conscious, you know, are a little bit different.
Meow. Come here. I wish you'd sit with me. Bobo is willing to sit with me. I don't know why you're just mama meow. You don't want to actually sit. I don't know why that's the case. You're so cute though.
I really like the gentle voice thing. The gentle voice description is really nice. If Marx is still here, his hands glowing, I can't help but make me think of Matt. And then I like the description here of, you know, the power I felt from Matt, I knew shouldn't come in such a small being. And then we have a couple sentences before we get to the reveal that he's a dragon. I think that's really interesting. And, like, it's interesting, especially because, like, in the one sense, I wouldn't necessarily call humans a small being. Maybe because I am human. But I would say humans are pretty, like, medium-sized to large as far as beings go, creatures go. However, it also has something cool to it in the fact that, like, yeah, if he's a dragon, and this is a world full of dragons, humans would be pretty small compared to that. And I also like the, that she feels an instinctual fear, but instinct no longer controls her. I'm kind of torn on, both the instinct line and the dragon lines, because I really like them, and I think they're really cool world building things, and I really like how you take us along that journey of, okay, like his hands are glowing, he's magical, like he's small, like are humans small? Okay, like I knew what he was and he wouldn't harm me. And I like the fact that you didn't just go, I knew what he was and he wouldn't harm me. A dragon. But you actually had another sentence of like, why would a dragon take the form of those that hunt at all? That worked really well for me, and I really like that.
That's a good kitty.
Thank you for the cheer, not a tango. Oh, gee, cat, yes. She's being more relaxed than usual. I called her out on it, and so she's sitting. So yeah, like there's things I really like about it, and I'm really interested about like the world and the world building.
Just let me scratch my nose. You don't have to get up. You don't have to get up, fluffy baby. Yeah, hugs. Hugs from Bella. So cute.
Thank you for the cheer, Mako Cam. Oh yeah, the first the first encore is covered up now. But anyway, so I really like it. I'm really interested in the world, and I don't feel like it's super confusing or anything. To me at least. But there is also this element of, this is a lot for the little fox to know on day one of Sapiens. Not even day one, but minute one of Sapiens. And, like, on the one hand, I can kind of brush it by of, like, yeah, there's magic involved, and so I guess the magic that brought Sapiens to this fox also, made, oh yeah, the cam link is gonna be above the alerts, too, so I guess I will just do that, but now it's over the cat specifically. Don't really know where else to put it though. the calico cat is now just the actual cat. Okay, our encore 1. Yes, encore 1. Okay, so you can be moved. You can go over here. So yeah, so on the one hand I can think like, yeah, it's magical, so like whatever gave Akane Sapiens like also might have just like given her special knowledge that he's like a dragon or something. But on the other hand, it's like being sapient for the first minute of your life and having the thought of like, I have an instinctual fear, but instinct no longer controls me. It's a bit odd, because, like, even for me, I have sapience, and when I have an instinctual fear, I don't think to myself, I'm having an instinctual fear, but I'm a sapient creature. I'm not ruled by instinct. I think I'm afraid, or I don't even think I'm afraid. It's just like, thing, you know? And so, I like that idea of, you know, a normal fox would immediately act on that fear, and this fox isn't. But calling it out in first person has a bit of oddness to it. And then kind of a similar but different thing with the dragon thing, that it's like, yes, minute 1 of Sapiens. Not only do I know there's me, there's humans, there's dragons, this person shapeshifted, he's a little too small. I know very specifically he's a dragon. And so it's like, how do you know that? Like, Sapiens wouldn't give you an encyclopedia into your brain. A Sapiens wouldn't immediately make you go, that's a dragon right there. You know, like, having higher thought doesn't automatically put, like, the knowledge of the world into your head. And so again, it's kind of the question of, well, maybe this did because it was magical. What was I gonna say? But like in general, just like gaining sapience doesn't mean that you know that this guy's a dragon, especially when he does not look like a dragon. I do think it's very interesting that she refers to humanity as those that hunt all. The ad is almost here. Sapiens is not a babblefish. On to add things. So I saw that coffin bed at Petco, and I was like there's lots of, like, every year and every holiday, you know, the pet stores get various holiday merch, you know, beds, clothes, treats, toys, different things, and like very rarely does anything catch my eye. It's just like, yeah, there's their Halloween stuff, and like, granted, I am a Halloween lover, and so I'm always gonna be more drawn to Halloween than anything. But even then, usually it's just like, yeah, they're their Halloween toys. Those are cute. But the minute I saw that, I was like, I love that. That's so freaking cute. I want it. And the other reason I wanted it is because I think I told you about their box, so that they have a like rectangle box that has like the square opening at the front, but it also has a like circular hole in the top. And like that's like their favorite thing. They sleep in it all the time. And so this kind of had similar vibes to that, where it's like, yeah, it's like a box type thing, but there's an opening in it. And so I was like, I love it, and I feel like they're gonna love it too. But like I wasn't fully thinking it through of like, hey, but they're cats though, and cats are prone to just be like, oh, you spent like $40 on me? Oh, that's so thoughtful. I don't like it. It's like, I don't care. I like this better. Like, they could have just very easily continued to use their other box and not cared for this one. And so I'm so happy to see them using it. So I don't know that I'll be able to show it in a minute 30, but the other thing that I brought is so I don't know if I've talked about this on stream before, but so there are meow. Do you really want out?
Go on. No, it's a boy. Yeah. I'm allowed to call him cute. Do you want out or not? You can't sit there with your butt in the door. Mr. Bo, can I move the camera to get a better look at you, Mr. Bo? Oh. Whoa. Well, you're still not really seeing his little face. You can see his nose a tiny bit. Oh, and there's more because he's getting up. It was not an invitation for you to get up.
Oh, no, you can't see because the moth is covering it. Covering him. It's weird that now it looks like a moth caught in a spider web. Yeah, the cord was caught under something. I just kind of pulled it out.
Did you retract your face back into it?
Yeah, so very interesting that she calls the humans those that hunt all. That's very interesting. It's funny because his eyes warm despite their nearly cyan blue hue. Like, the first time I read that, I was like, why would that negate them from being warm? They're just like blue eyes. And then I was like, oh, because like blue is a cold color, and so like you wouldn't think of blue being warm. So I don't know, I thought that was interesting that I'm just so used to blue eyes being normal, I didn't even catch why that would be weird. Okay, we need to have all words or no words. I'm not having this halfway thing. I feel like the one thing that to me, I don't know that I'd call it confusing. Follower goal met, 210 out of 210. Thank you so much. I'm so happy. Thank you whoever followed me. So this is the one thing where I'm like, huh? That the fox is gonna outlive the family they fled to protect. Because I just thought that the fox was running away from hunters. Like, all they remembered is hunting, being hunted, and captured, being hurt. And so it just seemed like, yep, there were hunters. And, like, that's normal. I don't really need anything deeper than just fox was hunted. And so when you give me something deeper, then now I'm like, well, that almost sounds like you were already sapient. Because you were thinking about your family and how you wanted to protect your family. And, like, granted, I feel like there are some animals who would do that on instinct, but a lot of animals, like, wouldn't. A lot of animals just, like, leave their family. And so, like, that provides questions. And so I do like the sentence and the idea of, like, you'll outlive the family you fled to protect. Like, all of this, you got hurt, you almost died in order to protect your family. Now you're going to survive, but your whole reason for doing this, you know, in a couple years or decades or centuries is going to be gone. And so that's interesting. But yeah, but I don't know that you needed that there. I think that, you know, I'm just saying, I'm sorry but you'll live a long time. I just pray that you'll come to not feel as lost as I am. Doesn't provide those questions. Hello, blah, 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 Jerem. Welcome. I don't know how long you've been listening, but we are a writing group. We have a prompt every week. We all write microfiction for it, and then I read and critique some of the stories for the week live here on Saturday. And then I do like this idea of, like, welcome to the world of humans, and it's like both of them kind of have this vibe of they see something dark in humanity, and so it's like, hey, you're sapient now, welcome to the world of humans. Don't know if that's a good thing, you know? So that's a really interesting, deeper idea. There is also an element there of, like, it's minute one of Sapience. I don't know that you're going to be able to say things like, oh yes, melancholy tinged his voice, for himself or me, I don't know. However, on the other hand, I really like it. I think that's powerful and interesting. So I don't know how to feel. I really don't know how to feel about the, like, physical description here about what's going on with their body. Like, I don't really know what's going on in terms of the setting. And granted, the setting doesn't actually really matter for this scene. But I don't know why Akane is restricted. I don't know how Akane made their way onto her stomach and stuff. So I really like the tails thing. That is a perfect example. I've been talking about for a while how that, especially for bigger universe stuff, you want to make your readers ask the questions that you're going to answer, and don't have your readers asking the questions that you're not going to answer. And so I think the tail thing is a really good example of, like, what, at least me as a reader, when I see tails plural, I'm like, oh, tails plural. And so then when the character themselves is like, tails plural? That works super well. It's like, oh, good. The character also has that question. I feel seen, you know? I feel I can understand. Did one get cut off there? Oh, where one should be. Oh, no. Okay, yeah. I think a period just got cut off. However, I only noticed this on, like, my third or fourth read, so it's really not that big a deal. However, I'll still say it. That second tail is attached to your body. And so I do feel like you'd feel it before you saw it. that you'd be like, my tail is doing taily things, but I'm feeling double. I'm feeling it twice. Why do I feel another tail, you know? And I do think it's interesting, like, I'm curious how that happened, that the dragon just meant to heal the fox, but ended up, like, going overboard accidentally. And you don't have to answer those questions for me to understand this story. But I do like that idea of, like, oops, like, I just meant to heal your injuries, but I made you a sapient being. I'm sorry. That's a really interesting predicament. I like that. And again, if Marks is still here, that could be an interesting thing that I feel like Matt could be capable of too. And I really like this, like, calling out the sapient stuff. You know, if you don't know, in my universe, I kind of have a similar idea of that animals are given the opportunity to have sapience, and, like, not all of them take it. And so you have animals at varying degrees of sapience throughout the world. Some that act like pretty much human, and some that are just like, poop, I need to go poop. Food, please food. Kind of thing. And so, like, especially as someone who, like, deals with that in my own story, I think it's really interesting to see someone deal with that so directly. And I love it. I love it being called out of, like, yeah, you know, most foxes aren't sapient, and I just gave you that. This is a thing now. We need to address it. It works very well for me and makes me especially interested for the characters, both characters and the world as a whole. Like, you've really drawn me into this universe of yours. And then his hand soft and strong is a great descriptor. I don't know how I feel about the I may not survive my path, because on the one hand that helps with why he feels lost and why he needs sanctuary, but on the other hand it's like, what path are you on? Why won't you survive? And it's kind of introducing a totally new aspect to the story that is not really going to get explained. And so I do wonder if just going straight to I want you to survive and find joy would have been better. I'm not sure. And I do like that the phrasing of that elusive salve that existence offers. That's a really interesting idea of, like, existence is hard, but there's this elusive salve that it does still offer in the midst of the hardship. It's like the hardship itself is also offering the salve for itself. And that's a really interesting way of phrasing things. So this last paragraph here is where my biggest critique comes in, that it does really, really veer. And, like, I can inevitably understand what's going on, where it's like, okay, this is in the future. He was like a father to me. You is whoever owns the sanctuary. Now Akane has to go give him sanctuary. And we'll talk about the prompt in a second, but for, like, even though I can eventually get what's happening, it takes me a second, and it feels quite jarring, because nothing about the story seemed like Akane was talking about the past from a future perspective. And granted, that would help with some of the, like, you know, instinct lines and stuff. Like, they would be like, okay, Akane's telling this from the future and looking back and going, I couldn't have compartmentalized it before, but now I can tell you in the story that here's why I didn't react in fear, you know, that kind of thing. And so, like, I think that is, for me, like, aside from removing that paragraph, that is what could have fixed it for me, is if you start by saying, like, you know, I've spent, you know, many moons with you here, and kind of, I don't know what she would say, but, you know, kind of talk about the now part, start there, and then go into the story, and then end on the now part as well. I think that would work. But just having the story as is, and me being like, yes, this is the present of the story, is Mark finding Akane or like saving her for the first time. And so then to go, now though, I'm like, we weren't in now? This wasn't now? And I think the switch to second person also adds to it. If it was like, you know, He was like a father to me. He left me with a sanctuary. Like, you know, describe whatever it is, if it's a person or a place, describe it in third person, and just say, you know, that she wants to go find him. I think I think not switching to second person would help, because when you switch to second person, I'm like, who am I? Why am I here? You know, it's like, what do you mean now? I thought we were in now. Wait, who am I? Why am I here? You know? And so, it's like kind of taking out those questions to make it more understandable. And I think, you know, not thinking about the prompt for now, just thinking about the story. The story would work very well, just ending at, I want you to survive and find joy, that elusive salve that existence offers, works perfectly well as an ending line. As kind of this, like, it's kind of like a tainted hope sort of line, where it's hopeful, but you can tell it's like tinged with melancholy and sorrow and doubt. And I think that works well to like end the story on like, the future's uncertain, but we have hope, you know, kind of thing. Okay, so going to your questions. I'm curious when you say that she started evolving, because I'm assuming, because she has two tails, that she's a kitsune, and I know that kitsune can also take on human form, and so I'm curious if she like evolves into human form, or if she just like, you know, evolves to be bigger and more powerful and have more tails, or if she just evolves as a person but physically stays the same. So my question, is there enough here to infer that he did find her sanctuary? For her, sanctuary is a place to heal and learn. For him, a sanctuary is a place to find peace. So my question, are her interjections here enough to show why she's leaving to find him? So I really loved this story, but I did feel like the prompt here was a little weaker than with others, because it's told to us more than it's shown to us. That the story is about him finding her, and like, he obviously wants to bring her to sanctuary, but the story's not really about her finding sanctuary and being in the sanctuary. And so like, I still think it works for the prompt, but you know, but it kind of feels like he's going like, I need to find you sanctuary. Literally out loud says, I need to find you sanctuary. And then she is like, he found me sanctuary and now I need to give him sanctuary. And so it's like, yeah, there is the prompt, but it's like very obvious, and it's not as like baked into the story and plot, well, I don't know, baked into the story as a whole. It's more like, yeah, that's where we're going, but that's not really what this part's about, if that makes sense. And so like, the biggest benefit of that last paragraph is indeed that it helps the prompt be a little bit stronger. That if you just had it like, I'll need to find you sanctuary, I'd be like, I don't know, like, does that fulfill the prompt? Like, the prompt is definitely there, like, out loud in the story, but like, I'll need to find you sanctuary. Is that really a fulfillment of the prompt? And so, yes, with that second mention of sanctuary, then it adds a second mention, it adds more of the prompt, and it makes it, and it shows more of, it connects like the themes of the piece more to the prompt, because she's basically going, I know that he's lost and I want to give him sanctuary. You know, I was lost and he gave me sanctuary. FYI, he found it and I've been doing great with you. Again, don't know who I am and why I'm part of the sanctuary, but apparently I am. And now I need to repay the favor. And so that idea of repaying favors, and that he found what he wanted to find for her, and she wants to be that for him, I think works. I think that does work quite well for the prompt. And it's hard because like I can totally see how this story was 500 words and that both parts had room to breathe, and that I'm sure the prompt was a lot clearer in the earlier versions. And so I would guess that it is partially, if not fully, just the fact that you had to cut it down that made the prompt more so telly, and that if you hadn't had to do that, it probably would be more woven into the story as a whole.
Meow.
What was I gonna say? So like I guess I was gonna say something along the lines of like you could have made the story more about Sanctuary by writing, you know, them arriving at the Sanctuary, or her just the modern day part after she's found it and she's like, you have minimal reminiscence on him finding her, and then most of the story is about her deciding to go find him. Like maybe that could have done the prompt more. However, I really like the story you have, and so I don't want to advocate for a different story because I think this was wonderful as is. But solely thinking in terms of the prompt, I do think that there are parts of Akane's journey that sound like they might have had like stronger uses of the prompt. So like the prompt is there. But it's a little bit telly and a little bit weaker, and there probably were times in this journey that could have been stronger, but I like the story that you wrote, if that all makes sense. And then there is enough there to infer that he did find her sanctuary. Like I said, it did take me a second to understand the last paragraph on a basic level, but once I did understand that he left me with you was meant to be, yes, he found me sanctuary. Again, it would help if it was he left me at a location, or you know he left me and then say the relationship of the person. Oh, also I forgot to say, so he was like a father to me. I can kind of see that in like capitalizing him and being like, yes, he's super important to me. But on the other hand, it sounds like he just dropped you off at the sanctuary and you've been there ever since. So how is he like a father to you? You know, that sounds more like the father who left to go buy milk. You know, better than the father who left to go buy milk. But he dropped you off at a place and then left. That's not, you know, very fatherly. But going back to your questions. So are her interjections here enough to show why she's leaving to find him? I think so. Like it goes back to what I was saying of like, I have problems with that last paragraph, but I also feel like that last paragraph did exactly what you would needed it to do. And so I'm like a little confused by it. It's a little bit jarring. I think there could have been better ways to convey that. However, does it very clearly convey, hey, like, he was lost and she and he found her sanctuary. Now she is remembering how lost he was and happy that she's been living in the sanctuary, so she wants to go find him and repay the favor. I totally do see that. Let's see. Is there enough context in the piece that it doesn't need further explanation? That the last paragraph doesn't need further explanation? I think I'm going to say yes, but barely. Yes, it doesn't need further explanation. Like I said, I can get it after some thinking. But, like, especially because it is confusing on a first read, and I don't know who you is. Like, it only barely doesn't need more explanation. You're very close to needing more explanation. Akane finds far more light and hope in life than Mark ever did. Is that last paragraph enough to show that? I found the story as a whole was enough to show that. I mean, I guess, like, granted, I don't know what I would have thought if you didn't have that last paragraph in the story. But it was very clear that he, you know, he had some sorrow in him and some doubts, and that he literally even said that he felt lost. And that actually worked for me, that he said that. And And so I could see that he doesn't see as much light and hope. And, like, granted, most of the story is just her having sapiens for the first time, and so, like, I don't, no opinions right now. It's just like, okay, like, I don't feel sad or happy. I don't feel hopeful or doubtful. I'm just, like, it's like, oh, I don't know what to call that meme, but just, like, and then the other one, like, like that kind of a meme. It's like, Mark is like this, like, you have sapiens now. And then Akane is like, okay, you know? So I guess the last paragraph is really what conveys that Akane is more hopeful. But yes, regardless of what tipped me off, I did get the idea that Mark has, you know, some doubts, fears, sorrow, lostness to him, and Akane is a lot more hopeful. It is like, yeah, this place is great, and I like, there's beauty in the world, and I want to show it to you. That kind of thing. But yes, let's see what folks have been saying. It says, I was pretty confused, though Ashikan sent me a link to the longer draft, which did clear up some of my confusion. Gotcha. Is there anything from the longer draft you'd like to note here in the chat, since I think Ashikan is not able to join us right now? To be fair, you've never been non-sapient to compare. This is true. Buy cats premium cat food and they just want to eat plastic. It's true. Buy cats a premium activity thing and they refer the box. Uh-huh. What is the yeah, I do in response to? A lot of animals would sacrifice their families to save themselves. Yes, exactly. Thanks for the link, Death said. Aw. Blah blah blah. Jerome says, I'm French and I don't understand 80% of what's going on here, but it's fun. Well, I'm glad you're having fun, even though you don't understand a lot. Yes, you're still welcome. Look, you've ruined a perfectly good fox. It's got anxiety now. Exactly. Mark says, well, I was thinking that, I assume, of Matt. Uh-huh. Yep, Freedrive is French and they're a valued member of the community. Several regular contributors don't speak English as a first language. This is true. Also, that is a great little boppin' cat emote. Alright. Kitsune is obvious. Also, Akane means deep red in Japanese. Gotcha. Okay, so that's our indicator that this is a red fox. Wolf says, I don't know, deifying a significant other is not healthy. Oh yeah, sorry that wasn't clear. I'm not saying that deifying a significant other is okay. Like, and what I was saying about, like, you know, capital her and stuff like that. Yeah, like, it's not good to idolize, you know, a human being, another person to that extent. But anyway, so, I've been there, done that, but on the opposite end, not a fan of that. Oh, wild. Yeah, to me, capital He is God. So, not alone there. Mako, I don't know, it makes sense sometimes when it's referring to someone who isn't named. Helps to distinguish from a pronoun that might be referring to someone else. The last person named, for example. But here it seems a little out of place because the him is the only other character named. TLDR depends on the context. Yeah, that's fair, where it's like, if you have two hymns and one is capitalized, you'll know who the capitalized one is if they're always capitalized. Yeah, but here there's only Akane, who's a she, and him, Mark, who is our only other character, who is a he, and so we don't really need it to be capitalized. Ashikan says, I'm still at work, but I want to say that in this case, it's more of a she doesn't know exactly who he is. He calls himself Mark, but he never told her his name, and to her, it's more of compassion for a lost god. Oh, so, like, he genuinely is a god. Since he was directly involved in her awakening, it does have that kind of deific overtone, so hence she refers to him with a reverence befitting what instinct says was her creation. Sorry you can't be there to say more / hear what's going on. It's alright. It's nice that you were able to pop by and answer at least something. Okay, so that does make more sense. Like, he literally is a god. It is intended to be deifying, because he may not have created her body, but he did, like, create her mind now. He created her sapience, and so he is acting like a deity. I do feel like if that was the intention, that's more reason to take out the he was like a father to me, because, like, granted, yes, as Christians specifically, especially, do refer to God as father, but if you say, yeah, he was like a father to me, I don't think you're talking about God. I think you're talking about a person. Even if you said, like, he was father to me, like, that feels more, you know, especially if you capitalize father, it'd be like, okay, like, that's a god, you know, but just, yeah, he was like a father. It's like, yes, this is a human being. I had a relationship with him that, you know, was fatherly. He was fatherly to me. So yeah, if it's meant to be like he's a deity, I would just go to the next line. Food, run to food, grab food, my food. 2 foot here, 2 foot, 1 food. No 2 foot, this is my food. Exactly. I feel like an opportunity was missed here to utilize a Shinto shrine as a sanctuary. A sanctuary is not a place that sounds like somewhere you want to be. You don't want to be shanked in your sanctuary. But yes, totally. Considering there's Shinto shrine with a bunch of fox iconography. Well, there is a story that uses the Inari name, but it's not. I don't think it's really meant to be the Shinto shrine. But super fair. Yes, there's always the VOD. So if you're here in the VOD, Ashikon, hi. You can feel free to, if you have anything that you want to clarify, ask, or comment on, you can post it in the stream chat or really like anywhere in the Discord and tag me. I don't always respond to those, especially because I'm busy on Sundays, but I do always read them and appreciate hearing your thoughts. Sanctuary is a sanctuary for knife spirits. Nice.
Kitty.
Alrighty, Roo. I feel like we spent longer on that story than, like, most of the other stories. But it was fun. Let us go on to decoys.
Kitty, what you doing?
Oh, be careful, Kitty. Okay. Scared she was gonna knock the camera over.
Heck in it. You are silly. You want out or not? You gotta pick.
She's like, but all I wanted was the door open.
No, I can't leave the door open. I'm loud.
Are you gonna try and get in there with him? Kitty cat. Hello, Ninja Wolf. We are a writing group. We have a prompt every week and write microfiction for it. And then 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 8 stories written for 8 pieces of microfiction that were written for the prompt are selected to be read here on the stream live on Saturdays. So welcome. It's great to have you. Dude leads people to his personal armory. Welcome to my sanctuary. Don't you mean sanctuary? No. Exactly. Okie dokie. Somebody tag decoy.
Kitty cat. Now she's sitting down, being all cute.
I don't know, because we do have Spectre unlocked as well, so I don't know if I should... Oh, it's past midnight for decoy, gotcha. Oh yeah, I forget that decoy is across the pond. Alright, let's go for it. Between leaf and branch, by decoy. 350 words. Edda ran through the snow as fast as her small legs could carry her. The moonless night should have left everything drenched in darkness, but the crystalline carpet reflected whatever mites it could find, leaving her silhouetted against the landscape. She cursed the weather. She'd planned everything else. Yew berries in the porridge, so sweet, so toxic. Learn the rotations, the call-outs, each shadowed spot in the labor yard. But when you plan, a god laughs. Probably one of the heathen ones her owners prayed to. Her thoughts scattered as she heard barking behind her. Keen noses and swift paws were on her trail. Not that it was needed. With the blasted snow, her prints were as visible as any brays. She needed to make it to the trees. Edda felt her footing give out. She slipped, tumbled, twisted. The skin on her hands and knees split as it dashed against the icy rocks. She bit back a cry and allowed herself a moment to lie at the bottom of the slope. But she had to move. She knew what became of runaway thralls. She'd seen their remains. She dragged herself through the snow to the hollow of an ash. The barks were getting closer. She covered herself in leaves and curled up beneath the branches. Gleaming canines were above her. "Oh, you're awake." The sharp teeth had a surprisingly gentle voice attached to them. Edda stared into amber eyes of a gingerford snout. "I am Inari. Welcome to Betwixt, youngling. A place for the hurt, the hunted, the homeless," she curtsied. "What?" "A drop of blood, a moonless night, a pathway opened, out of sight. Betwixt is an old haven for critters in your predicament." She stared at Inari's white-tipped tail. "You're a fox lady." It was odd to see vulpine features looking thoughtful. "Yes, I was a lady, but I decided to stay here rather than return. Betwixt shapes us. But you have until the full moon to decide, dear." Inari placed a bowl of rice in Edda's hands, and plenty of meals to share until then. And throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Alrighty-roo. I think Decoy had a note. "Hi readers, down to the wire with this one. Had it knocking around my head all week and just managed to scratch it out in time. Wanted to fit way more description in, but draft 1 came in hot at 450 words, so it had to go. Does what was left make sense? Any big changes you'd make? Many thanks for reading. Have a lovely weekend." Oh, now I'm just imagining our writing group stories are like, you know, people at a restaurant, that it's just like, "Alright, we got a number 23 coming in hot," you know? Carrying steaks around. Anywho, I very much enjoyed this story too. I think you did a great job with it. So I guess my first thing to say is a critique, unfortunately, which is that this the challenge of, you know, include a fox, and how a lot of us included foxes in our stories, does, at least for me, put me in the mindset of your main character could easily be a fox. Like, usually I'm in the mindset of, this is a human, until I'm told otherwise. But because of what the prompt is, very easily, at least for me, my brain goes to main character as a fox. And so, even from just seeing small legs, I'm already starting to think fox. And then... and then, you know, we'll come back to, you know, the other parts there, but, I thought there was another thing that was like, to me, made me think Fox. I think I know another thing was like her owners, but I don't know where that is. That might be lower. Oh, there. Her owners prayed too. Yeah, so her small legs plus her owners definitely made me think Fox. And so then when I hit the skin on her hands, I was like, her hands? To what? This is a person? And so, like, I'd be curious to hear if anyone else in the chat had that problem or if it was just me.
Meow. Did you have the problem too?
But, what was I gonna say? But I do think that, you know, a little something earlier to make it clear, not a fox, a person, would have helped at least me. And I do like that we start with action. I think I can totally understand the image of like, yeah, the moonless night should have been the perfect night to run away in, except for the fact that there was snow, and so it made me super visible. That works very well. Crystalline carpet is a very unique, beautiful, and clever way to describe snow. I'm very confused by the mites, and I'm wondering if you meant motes, like motes of light. But because mites definitely makes me think it reflected whatever bugs it could find, you know? And I don't know if that means like she's really small. That like, yeah, it reflected any little bug, and right now she's a little bug across the landscape. I think that, you know, because crystalline carpet is a very like unique and like slightly obtuse way to refer to snow, then adding a second rather obtuse image on top of it had me a little bit lost. Even something as simple as like, you know, the crystalline carpet reflected whatever it could find would work a little bit better for me. But I like the image there.
Meow. Kitty.
I like the like very relatable thing of like, I planned everything, but I couldn't plan for the weather. You know, I planned everything. If this day was gonna be perfect, and the weather ruined it. And I think it's really interesting that because usually when you say something like that, oh, I planned everything, but the weather ruined it, it would be like rain that would ruin it. And so I think it's unique and interesting that it's snow that ruined it. So I really like that, that interjection of so sweet, so toxic. That's like full of character and is like a great way to convey like, delicious but poisonous. However, I think that starting with the yew-berries, at least for me, it really threw me because, hey, we're in a forest. And so when I see yew-berries, I'm thinking, oh yes, she planned to go get the yew-berries in the forest, you know? And so then I get to learn the rotations, the call-outs. What are we talking about? And like, I think the first time I read it, my brain kind of like skipped over this part because I was like, I don't understand how this connects to the forest and the yew-berries and stuff. And so now, like, after multiple reads, it's like, oh, like, she was imprisoned or enslaved. Well, like, she was a thrall, so she was enslaved in some way. And so there were rotations of guards and stuff like that, and there was, like, a labor yard where she was working. And so what she had to do is she had to poison the porridge to get out. And so I think she planned everything else. Learned the rotations, the call-outs, each shadowed spot in the labor yard. Yew-berries in the porridge, so sweet, so toxic. You know, maybe not that exactly, but that order of things would work a lot better for me. Especially because I feel like that is the most, like, poignant part of, like, yeah, she poisoned him. Whether it was, like, a poison to sleep or a poison to death, Like, that's the most noteworthy part. And so I do think that, especially because that would go, okay, rotations, call-outs, we're not thinking forest here. Starting with that, I think, would help, and then ending with the most dramatic thing would also be good. So I think that'd be good in a couple ways.
Maybe I should turn the camera to you. 'Cause you're being so cute.
I don't know. I can't see it as well.
Ah! Oh no, it fell. Yes. Meow.
Did that ruin it? I think it did.
Why's it gotta be so hard?
You did a cutie. Alright. But I do think it's really interesting, like, when you plan a god laughs, like, not a specific god, just any god, some god laughs. And then, probably one of those heathen ones her owners prayed to. It's a really interesting little bit of, I don't know, world building.
Did you move? Now it's more carpet than you.
Oh, there we go.
Well, we're a little lopsided, but it's okay. Oh yeah, there was also kind of an element of, you could easily think the keen noses and swift paws are foxes as well. I definitely know by this point that, you know, these are like bloodhounds, you know, dogs. But when you don't know what's happening and your brain is all in the fox realm, you could easily think that they're the foxes. I like the note that, like, you don't need bloodhound, everybody can see my prints. I think that works well. The image here in this paragraph makes me think a lot of that scene where in Rise of the Guardians, when Jack Frost is in the ravine, and indeed he like needs to take a second. I like she'd seen the remains, so that works very well as like this very ominous line that you don't really need to say what the remains look like. She'd seen them, and like we can get the implication that it's bad. So that works very well. This makes me think of Lee's story. So it does kind of work out, like she covered herself in leaves and curled up. That is kind of a like, I'm just gonna like stay here, and like she might stay there long enough to go to sleep. But there is a jarringness to the transition, so I do wonder if like explicitly stating that she passed out from exhaustion or she fell asleep could be helpful.
You moved again. Kitty moved again. Yes, you did. Oh.
So gleaming canines are above her. Very evocative image, and like on the surface, nothing wrong with that image, and works well as a spooky thing to wake up to. But a couple things. One, totally thought they were the dogs. Totally thought that she woke up. I didn't know why they were gleaming, but I totally thought she woke up to the dogs in front of her. And second of all, having now read the story and met Inari, why is Inari being like,
Hey, hi.
you know? Why is she right over her? Because if her first thought when she wakes up is gleaming canines are above her, it means that the canines are the main thing that she sees. And so I do feel like, you know, she woke up to see a creature beside her. The sharp teeth were the first thing she saw. Would work a bit better. Because it's like, in truth, the first thing she saw was the creature. But then she saw the teeth, you know? And of course that would add more words that you probably didn't have. But yeah, I think that like, knowing Inari, I don't know why she would just put her entire muzzle right in front of her eyes. And if her muzzle isn't right in front of her eyes, I don't know why her first thought is teeth rather than person. Fox person, you know? Absolutely love this line. The sharp teeth had a surprisingly gentle voice attached to them. Probably my favorite line in the piece. Very, very great way to immediately characterize the character.
Hey, kitty. Oh, no. Oh, now you're getting up. Meow. Uh-huh. Now you're getting up. Okay, then you will come in this camera. You come to skip. You come to skip.
So this comma that I added in for you, super important. Because when I first read it, without that comma, it's just, welcome to Betwixt Youngling. And I'm like, Betwixt Youngling? Like, what? Is the place called Youngling? Are we Betwixt Younglings? What is happening here? And so, welcome to Betwixt, comma, a positive, Youngling, is very important. Especially because the name is, you know, something that could mean something else. But now that I know what it means, I do quite like Betwixt as a name for a place like this.
Can I switch it to the other kitty? Yes.
It's funny because in the TTRPG, not the one I'm playing now, but the one I was playing before, one of the characters, part of her, like, I don't know, powers and lore is that she has this place she can go to called the Crossroads, that any crossroads, she can go there. And I feel like it has a similar vibe of, like, this world between worlds sort of thing. And I think that it's so cool. I really like this idea of, like, you know, doing this ritual without meaning to, especially because it's like, yeah, this would be a place where this is the place for the hurt, the hunted, and the homeless, and so it should be a ritual that people can accidentally do. And, like, yeah, a lot of rituals require something about the moon, be it full or moonless or half or whatever.
Yeah.
So I really liked that idea. I like the clarification about Wolfine features looking thoughtful, and it's like, I've never seen a fox look thoughtful. Like, back to the sapiens thing. Like, that's interesting. I absolutely love that. Yes, I was a lady. Like, there's so much personality in just her saying lady. And I like that little world building detail of, like, yeah, Betwixt shapes us, and, like, you have a month though, it's okay, or like to the full moon, before you start changing. And so I like that a lot. I would be curious to read more in this universe if she does decide to say, and if she does, you know, what she turns into, what other people have turned into. This seems like a really cool place and stuff. And I really like your use of the prompt of she needed sanctuary and she got there without realizing that she got there, you know, without realizing she opened the path. So I think that is really cool. Let's see. Encounter saying, don't let the gods roll the dice. If it's a mote of light, it could be a... It's Kitsunebi? What is that? Des had agreed. I also thought that the protagonist was a fox for a good chunk of it. I'm glad to hear I'm not alone. Inari is female here. Interesting. Inari has been depicted as both genders. Ah, curious. Yeah, I don't know if Inari is meant to be, the god, or if Decoy just, used the name. Decoy's on a late night out with friends, but look forward to the VOD. Well, welcome in the VOD. If you didn't hear before, if you have any questions, comments, or anything to say, then making sure the camera doesn't fall. Then you can feel free to tag me. I will see it. Won't always reply, but I enjoy hearing your thoughts. Wolf says, to be fair, in Shinto belief, everything has a spirit, and when an item has been in disuse for 100 years, it becomes a Tsukumogami. There are actually rituals to properly retire old items so this doesn't happen. So one such place for knives may be called a sanctuary in English. Nice. I don't know what a Tsukumogami is. Hello, Struggle Buggo. Welcome. It's always the full moon. Why is it always the full moon? Prompt. Nice. Kitsunebi is an atmospheric ghost light told about in legends all across Japan outside Okinawa Prefecture. They're also called other things. Interesting. Thanks for the explanation there, Des said. Struggle Buggo doesn't have the new time watcher, first time listener thing, so Struggle Buggo might have been here before, but it's still appreciated the explanation. Alright. Very good story, Decoy. Let us go on to Spectre's story. I don't recognize the man. I don't either, but we're glad to have you. Great phrasing. But yes, we're a writing group. We write microfiction, and then I read and critique it here on stream. Visit from time to time to add to the metrics. I've been lurking for like 20 minutes. Gotcha. Well, it's nice to see you chatting.
Kitty cat, do you want out, or are you good?
She was licking herself and stopped and looked contemplative.
Yes. Yes. You want that? Nope. Oh, there's an ad coming.
Ah, nice. You are from your own writing group then? So for the ad stuff, so I can't remember how I told you guys about this before, but those subscription services that you can subscribe to and get a box of mystery items themed around something. I feel like most of them are very scammy and have terrible items in them and aren't worth getting. However, there is a single one that I subscribe to, in no small part because the items are really good and really good quality. And I got one of my boxes this week, and so since I've just been showing stuff off, I was like, hey, I can show that off. That could be fun for ad stuff. But the box, the subscription service is called the Wizarding Trunk. They are like a Harry Potter themed box, but they have to be careful about copyright, so nothing is named directly what it is from Harry Potter, but they're very much inspired by that. And the first item is very related to that because I think it's a really cool item. But it's kind of hilarious, the name that they chose for it. Bone regen serum. It is a little... I don't know if you can really tell, but there is like a potion bottle in there. There's like shimmery... There's like shimmery potion inside. It's way more, like, this one's way more glittery than the other ones I have. I should grab... Let me go grab one of the other ones I have.
Kitty.
Man, I really should have brought this one out for Nightmares for Sale. Bottle Nightmares. I don't know why I didn't think of it. And I don't know how well you'll be able to see it because it's super dark. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to see that one. But it is shimmery. I think you'll be able to see it better on this one. So this one is Dreamless Sleep. So looks just regular blue, right? Yep, you can see that for sure. Look at those swirly sparklies. But yeah, so these ones I feel like really make sense as potions, because like, yeah, that looks like wacky, fun, sparkle, storm in a bottle sort of thing. And so it's, I don't know if they like lost the budget for these sparkles, but now it's just like straight up glitter. And guess what it's in? The bone regen serum. I need my bone regen serum to be glittery. Don't ever get non-glittery bone regen serum, because then you know somebody's scamming you. But this is inspired by Skelegro from the second book/movie. But I just think that name is so funny that it's like, yeah, that's what it does. Like, Skelegro is like a lot more clever of a name, even though I don't know exactly like what it's a pun on, but just like, yeah, it's bone regen serum. We're advertising exactly as it is. 6 seconds, so yeah. There you go. There's one whole item. Do. Yes, there's the gif of Harry not having bones. I honestly did not know that you could put gifs in chat. None of my people do that. I borrowed my writing group when my friend retired from streaming. Hey, that's what happened to me too. All right. But let us read Spectre's story. A Little Diner Deep in Snow. Small Town Heroes, 2015, by Spectre. 347 words. Kiara sat on the soft chair, her legs bent, arms wrapped around her knees. A steaming mug of tea stood in front of her, a thick blanket over her shoulders. She was staring at the mirror on the wall opposite her, unsure what to make of the slim, almost fox-like face that stared back at her. Footsteps sounded, and she turned. William and Daisy had returned from whatever he'd been doing in the back of the diner. So, William exchanged a look with Daisy. So, do you have a name? Daisy asked, her arms folded, posture much stiffer than his. Kiara Wilde, she said, remembering the file she'd read. Her gaze flicked between the two. Daisy focused on her intently. William, meanwhile, sat down across from her, earning himself a look from Daisy. She saw his eyes dart down to the scars on her bare arms. "How's the tea?" he asked, sounding more awkward than anything. "It's good," Kiara nodded, taking a sip. "It's very fruity." Evidently, the gesture seemed innocent enough for Daisy's expression to soften somewhat. She sat down next to William, her hands on the table, fingers locked. For a moment, none of them spoke, and Kiara just drank her tea. It was a sweet fruit tea, which warmed her chest. The taste of hot berries ran over her tongue, washing away the dryness of her mouth. Outside, the blizzard howled, and she drew the rough woolen blanket tighter around herself. "I'm sorry if I'm intruding," she muttered. "Do you have anywhere to go?" Daisy asked. "Friends? Family? Anyone?" Images shot through Kiara, floating in some viscous fluid, a straitjacket constricting her arms, a metallic half-mask over her mouth and nose. She shook her head. Daisy exchanged another quick look with William. "Well, we can't exactly just throw you out in the middle of a snowstorm," William said. "Well, why don't I get you something to eat? On the house." Kiara nodded wordlessly. "Our boss won't like that," Daisy muttered. "Never take it out of my paycheck," William replied, and rose. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Have a good stream lurking while I edit. Appreciate it. I get last night at the lobster vibes from the story. I do not know what that means. I am sorry for messing up William's voice. I was very distracted by the gifs in chat. In the Discord chat, I can like click something else and then stop them from replaying, but apparently I can't do that with Twitch. I appreciate the gifs, just not their replaying, I guess. Alright. Questions from Spectre. 1. Were you able to follow this piece? Did the mystery of Kiara confuse you too much to enjoy the story? 2. For those who aren't aware, Kiara is from my submission from prompt 246, The Beauty of Being Broken, entitled A Most Inhuman Humanity. For those who have read it, does this make you more interested in Kiara and her past? For those who have not, were you still able to enjoy the story? And 3. I know this prompt isn't related to foxes, but I tried to go all in on the idea of sanctuary. William and Daisy are offering Kiara a place to stay in the diner and give her food and drinks while a blizzard rages outside. Were you able to see the sanctuary part of the prompt? Also, Kiara doesn't know where to go, so I meant to imply that she was lost too. Or did the characterization of William and Daisy work? I tried to make William feel very well-meaning but kind of awkward, and Daisy more suspicious and protective, though she does warm up by the end. 5. Any questions or comments? So feel free to answer any and all of those questions in the chat. Okie dokie. I really like the title. I don't know what it is about it. It feels almost like fable-esque. In a little diner deep in snow, our story takes place, you know? Nitpicky thing, you don't need to say her legs bent, because as long as you say arms wrapped around her knees, I will get the right picture. But when you say her legs bent, it actually muddies the picture, because I'm kind of like, okay, she's sitting on a chair and her legs are bent like they usually would be on a chair. Are they bent in a different way than they would be on a chair? Wrapped around her knee, arms wrapped around her knees. Oh, okay. So yeah, you could save yourself 3 words and a little bit of confusion by removing that. But the setting works quite well. Hype train incoming. We did it. Thanks for all the support. 16 out of 10. I don't know if it's 16 out of 10. Oh, subscribers. Thank you so much for subscribing. Whoa! Struggle Buggo, you gifted 10 subs. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Let me know in the chat what we want to do with that, because usually, like, that, I think that's a ton of money, and that would be plenty to, like, unlock the next encore. But right now, our encores are being unlocked through donations to Saveafox, so I don't know what to do. Regardless if it actually unlocks anything, it is most appreciated. Alright. I like the image of, her with her tea and the blanket. It's very, very cozy. And I like the image as well of just, like, I kind of imagine she's in a diner and she's kind of in one of the middle booths, but she looks in, like, on the other wall, there's, like, a little mirror, just hanging there innocently, but it's staring back at her and is, bothering her. I'm very curious about, the fox-like face, because, my immediate thought was that it's literal, that there's something actually, literal animal fox-like in her face. But I don't know if it's just meant to be, like, her face is, like, long, and it was just meant to be, like, a mention of a fox. Luckily, whether this one was, like, she's actually, like, fox-like, or you're just mentioning the word fox, luckily, it wouldn't change your position in the stream, because Galler was at the back because he was directly read last week. But I am curious what the intention was there, and if she is actual fox-like, how and why the experiments presumably did that to her. Or if she was already like that, and that's why she was experimented on. William and Daisy have returned from whatever he'd been doing in the back of the diner. I don't know why it doesn't say whatever they'd been doing in the back of the diner, because if they're both back there and they're both returning, presumably they're both doing it. I do, this kind of goes along with what I was saying before about how, like, I weirdly might see dirtier things than other people do, because I'm trying to avoid it. But when I read whatever he'd been doing in the back of the diner, and granted, especially if it was whatever they'd been doing in the back of the diner, I think certain things were happening back there. I think all you meant is just like, oh yeah, like he was just like cleaning up, he was just like doing the dishes, or, cleaning up, or putting the food in the freezer or whatever. But, I guess just the, like, call out of the ambiguity, because if you were just like, yeah, from cleaning up in the back of the diner, or finishing up in the back of the diner, or whatever, I wouldn't have batted an eye, but, like, specifically calling out whatever he'd been doing, and they're both returning, it makes me think things. I think it works well, kind of like the awkward nature of their dialogue. Like, so, do you have a name? Kiara Wild? I think it's really interesting, the note of remembering the file she'd read. I definitely read that as, like, she doesn't know who she is. And so, like, she only knows her own name from a file, whether it be something from her captors or something she got somewhere else. But it's her file, she just doesn't know herself. But did anyone in the chat read it as, like, someone else's file that she's kind of, like, taking their name as a fake name right now? That it was a little more nefarious of, like, oh, yeah, I read this file one time, Kiara Wild, I like the interactions, between Daisy and William, that, and, like, looking at the scars and stuff, and it's very intriguing of, like, like, what happened? How'd she get those scars? More hype traininess. I'm scrolled up right now to a place where there are no gifts to avoid looking at the gifts, so I can't see who did whatever it was. But thank you for whoever cheered. Uh, and again, the awkwardness of like, how's the tea? It's very fruity. Like, very accurate to how I feel like that kind of conversation would actually go in real life. Thank you for the support, whatever the 16 out of 10 is. Oh yeah, it was the subscriber thing. And you can see like the different characters. Wolf is posting another GIF in the Discord. Is it distracting me? Yes, but it's static. But it's not even moving. I'm not sure how I feel about, evidently the gesture seemed innocent enough for Daisy's expression to soften somewhat. I think it's meant to be that it's just like, oh yeah, like she's just being genuine and being like, oh yeah, it's pretty, it's nice. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing like suspicious about that. But like saying innocent enough could be a suspicious phrasing to the audience, because it could imply, especially if you're already suspicious of her, she's trying to look innocent when she isn't, And I'm also curious why that was enough to make Daisy's expression soften. I feel like, I think I wrote down something. Yeah, if, like, Kiara made some sort of confession or somehow had some sort of vulnerability to show, like, I don't mean you any harm, I think that would make a little more sense as to why she softens up. But just like, it's fruity. Like, if I'm sus of this person, I'm still sus after hearing it's fruity, I don't know how to feel about this paragraph being here in the middle, because on the one hand, I think it really works to show, like, there is a little passage of time there, that there's a moment of silence, and they're all kind of sitting there, like, awkwardly waiting for the other person to talk before Kiara says, I'm sorry if I'm intruding. And so it does work in that way. But it also does really slow the story down. Like, the story already is kind of, like, soft and gentle and slow. But that slows it down even more. And so, especially because she already said it was fruity, and then saying it's a sweet fruit tea is like, okay, I could have guessed that from fruity. So I do wonder if it being either right at the beginning or kind of, like, more in the middle here, if I would have preferred that. But regardless, I do like the paragraph and what it describes. Don't know if you can see Bo looking up. Oh, it was the squirt bottle. Well, he wasn't even intending to do a distracting gift, just squirt me. It's very funny that I presume it's like you're bapping me for being horny, but it's like, I'm not being horny. I don't want it. It's the opposite. What is the opposite of the horny bonk? What is that called? The no horny stick. It's like, yeah. I don't want it, and so I'm looking for it. But I do like the description here, especially with the blizzard thing, that even though you do say, like, deep in snow in the title there, I didn't quite know what the setting was, and so I like that little setting detail. And then I think it works well of, again, like, I think you maintain the awkward but well-meaning tone throughout the story of, like, oh, sorry if I'm intruding, and stuff. And then I think the, don't you have anywhere to go works very well with, like, the sanctuary idea of, like, hey, are you lost? You know, do you have a sanctuary to go to? And then I think it's very curious that, like, you know, her thoughts in response to that are terrible things that are definitely not, you know, friends or family to go to. It's like, yeah, all I know and all I have is, like, these terrible things. These terrible memories. And so it definitely makes me curious about her backstory. And the metallic half mask is interesting because I don't know, like, part of me makes me think of, like, a mask that, like, shaped her face into a fox shape. That it was like a fox mask that, you know, turned her from human into fox. And then, but then another part of me thinks that kind of sounds like a muzzle. And so, like, that could imply that she's already fox-like. And then, you know, that was the muzzle. So, I don't know. And then the ending is really sweet and cute of, like, hey, I want you to get your food and have a place to go, even though I might have to pay for it, you know. I think that that works well. I was able to follow it, and I don't think the mystery confused me too much to enjoy the story. I do, like, I think I noted it somewhere. Oh, yeah. So for me at least, I don't need to know, like, what Kiara's backstory is. But what I do feel like I need to know is how they met. How Kiara, Daisy, and William met. Because as is, I'm kind of like, okay, clearly Daisy's wary, but why? You know, like, granted, if she really does look like a fox, maybe that's the whole explanation. But having a little more explanation on, okay, how did they meet? Why is Daisy a little wary of her would be quite helpful. Because then we could either be with Daisy or be like, no, Daisy, she doesn't mean any harm, you know. Kitty, you're cute.
Kitty cat, you're cute.
The other thing is that the story works quite well. It's a good scene. I can follow it. I'm intrigued about the characters, especially about Kiara and her backstory and how she got here and stuff. But there is also kind of an element there of it's not that the story starts and ends in the same place, but it's like the story starts here and ends here. You know, there's not a lot of change that occurs during the story, and so it's a good story. That's a good scene. But, you know, there is a little bit of anticlimacticness to it, if that makes sense. And so I also do wonder if we knew how they met, then, like, maybe Daisy warming up to her would feel a little bit more like the climax of it.
Kitty. Why is so cute?
So it's like, I enjoyed the story, but I feel like I might have enjoyed the story more with a little more info. I actually have not read that story as far as I know, but now I'm curious to read it, and I was still able to enjoy it, even without having read it. I think you know that the story isn't related to foxes.
Oh, kitty.
But I definitely saw it being related to foxes in the fact that she is fox-like. And again, I read that as, like, she is, like, half fox in appearance. And so if it is just a mention of a fox and she just has kind of, like, a long face, then I guess the story isn't related to foxes like I thought it was. However, I do think the sanctuary comes through quite well and quite clearly that this place is a sanctuary for Kiara and them, especially William, as people, as a person, are also being a sanctuary for her. And then, yep, I can see the lost part. The lost part was very, like, very easy to convey of just, like, yeah, like, she clearly doesn't know who she is. and stuff, and so like that alone is enough to be like, yeah, she's lost. And I definitely got that, like, William seemed well-meaning but awkward, and Daisy was more suspicious and protective. That came through. Like I said, I'd like to know a little bit more about why she's, being suspicious and protective, and what made her warm up. But I did definitely get that. So let's see what folks have been saying. See developer Prague, return my shoes, and Mike or his all. Blah blah Jerem, the real decoy, Quath the Cali nevermore, X Firefly 9X, Ven Mode, and Temp 3D. You all get gift subs. So any and all of you who are here lurking in the chat, please make sure that your Twitch and your Discord are connected so that goes through, so that you can get the benefits of having a gift sub in the Discord. And I am sure that if you need help, others in our Discord and stuff can help. It's alright. I think that would have unlocked 2.5 encores on any other week. That is wild. Yeah, some of those names I haven't heard before too. Yep, sleepy. I thought they were just going to get another here from the shed. What is here? I go sleep, says Lava Jerem. See you later. See ya. Sorry. That's a good hype, yeah. Last Night at the Lobster is a novella I read as part of a literature class in Closet. It's pretty decent. In college. I was just sitting in the closet reading my novella. Can't read it in my room. Can't read it out in the open. It was pretty decent. It's 100% grounded in reality and centers around the last day of operation of a red lobster. Interesting. Snow is also a big element of that story. Curious. Oh, yes. I've heard that meme. Reminds me of a meme like, A, I was busy doing stuff. B, I'm stuff. And that's what the squirt bottle was for. Gotcha. Nice. Alrighty, room. Very good story, Spectre. Okay, so I have a special little thing. I mean, I guess we can say that that this special little thing is maybe what what's happening? Is what Struggle Buggo unlocked. I need to copy it over. did everything I needed to. All right. Oh no, you're fine. I mean, there are other chatters, just not other active chatters, just maybe not that active. Yeah. Righty roo. So if you're not here at the beginning, this stream is and was a charity stream for Saveafox, because tragedy has struck Saveafox recently in, unfortunately, the suicide of their founder. And I decided that I wanted to write a tribute specifically for Michaela. And so I wrote a story that is meant to be about her and about, one of her foxes. This wasn't meant to be like any fox in particular, just kind of trying to convey the general experience of the foxes that she specifically rescues from fur farms. And so this is just a special little story, that is meant to be a tribute that I wanted to do something specific. And it's over the limit. I don't know how many words it is. It's not going to be something that I praise and critique or even really ask questions about. It is just meant to be a love letter to Michaela. And, of course, I'd like to hear your thoughts on it and everything, but it is just meant to kind of stand on its own. And so I hope that that's okay. I hope that you'll permit me. Alright, so I have not read this out loud before. It is very possible that I might start crying in the middle of it. I hope that it doesn't prevent me from reading it, or if it does, I only have to pause for a second, but full warning, might have to pause to cry for a sec. But yeah, I'm stalling. I'm trying to figure out if there's anything else to say before we do it. Alright. What is a legacy? Tribute to Michaela Rains. I prefer the term antihero / Kaylee. I was born in a cage with my brothers, or are they sons now, and barely enough room to put one paw in front of the other. But I wasn't sad. I wasn't angry. Metal and gruff words were all I knew. I didn't know if there was anything better. Though something deep in my chest yearned. For what, I didn't yet know. I don't know how many brothers, sisters, sons, and daughters surrounded me, but the sound of cackling and whining filled our days. The humans said we were beautiful. They wanted our beauty in cages. They wanted our beauty on a wall, on a shelf. I didn't know then why that was horrifying. Then she came along. She had fur like ours, and the rest of her was covered in strange patterns. I think she was beautiful too. She told us she was sorry that we'd spent our lives in cages. Why was she sorry? She told us just wait, and we would be free. We would be able to run. Run? One by one, she took brothers, sisters, sons, mothers, daughters, fathers out of cages until she reached me and mine. The journey was bumpy and scary and strange. When she put us in a new cage, at first I didn't realize it was a cage. Stepping on another's paws wasn't even a question. Food and clean water sat waiting for us. And the corners boasted of spaces to hide in and soft things to curl up on. Then she opened the door. I was wary at first. Was this really all right? What was this green stuff beneath my paws? Was it all right to walk on? It wasn't hurting me. In fact, it was soft and nice. One paw in front of the other. And then again, there was space. I didn't bump into others just by existing. Perhaps I could go faster. 1 paw, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4. And then before I knew it, the wind was rushing by my ears, rushing through my fur, and I didn't know I could move so fast, and I didn't know the world was this big, and I was running. Is this what she meant by free? She said we were beautiful. She didn't want our beauty stuck in cages. She didn't want us surrounded by walls. She didn't beat us if we broke things on her shelves. She let us run every day, all of us. She returned for those who still lay in the old cages. She wanted to see all of us free. But the metal and gruff words didn't die. There were other humans out there. They didn't just want us in cages. They said she was beautiful too. They wanted her beauty on a shelf, on a wall, in a cage, not running for all the world to see. She saved our skins, but they wanted hers. She was sad. She was angry. She knew there was something better. She yearned. She'd do anything to be free. I hope, Michaela, wherever you are, you can run. I don't know if I should clap or not, but thank you all for listening. Throw up those moths and monsters if you loved it. But yeah, so like I said, I was inspired by what I know of the foxes in her care and how it was to get them out of the fur farm, and this was a big thing that you can probably just look it up if you just type in like fur farm foxes running for the first time. She had a lot of videos about that. It was very bittersweet, very tragic that they had never run before, but beautiful to see them get that and be free. Thank you, Aerith and Mako. I'm glad that it touched you, and for the the clapping gifts, I appreciate it. So yes, I hope you enjoyed the story, and I hope that it touched you. It's very weird to just be like, all right, moving on. So like, if you want to say anything before I move on, I guess speak now or forever keep your peace, whatever that the saying is. But then we will be moving on to the announcement of the prompt for next week. Such a beautiful story, says Marks. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I don't know if it's cheesy or cringy. I don't know if I should say it because it might not be cheesy or cringy until I say it. But the title is from Hamilton. That there is a line in Hamilton in a couple of songs, I think, that is, what is a legacy? It's planting seeds in a garden you never get to see. I really feel that with Michaela. But anyways, let me prep things for. I hope that what I've set up works. I'm a little nervous seeing it again, that it's not going to do its job. The thing that I set up earlier. Yeah, Corey, I'm proud of it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Where did it go? Okie dokie. In third place with 6 votes, we have a tie. It is between A Night at the Opera and Beach Episode. Love both those prompts myself. Hope to see them one day. That day is not today, though. In second place, each with 7 votes, we have Problem Child and Beauty is the Beast. Also great prompts. But our winner with 8 votes is, in fact...
All magic comes with a price.
I think it worked. I did not have my headphones in, so I could not hear it. But I think it did its job. Here is the actual poll. So yes, that this prompt is all magic comes with a price. It is very directly inspired by that quote from Rumple. It worked! Yay! Yay! Perfect, says Mako. Awesome. So Mako, Cam, and I have been watching Once Upon a Time together. I have been showing it to him I have many mixed thoughts and feelings on the show that I can't get into right now, but it has been one of my favorite shows. Seasons 1 through 1, 2, and a half pretty much are one of my favorite shows. I can't vouch for the rest of it, but that first bit is one of my favorite shows ever. And so I've been showing it to him, and actually, in fact, we've been filming reaction videos to it together, so I don't know when you'll see those, but they will come out at some point on the A Moth in the Theater channel. And so, if you don't know Once Upon a Time, it is a, how do I even describe it? It's a show about a lot of different fairy tale characters and kind of like melding fairy tales and then showing what fairy tale characters would be like in our world and stuff. And so that character that was just on screen is Rumpelstiltskin, and that this is probably his most famous quote of, "All magic comes with a price." He says it all the time in the show. And so it is, and that idea is not just in that show, it's in a lot of different things. The idea, indeed, that magic comes with a price, and this could mean a lot of different things. In a lot of stories, you have something like mana, that, like, you need to expend mana to do spells. In, like, D&D, you have spell slots, are your price of magic. In Once Upon a Time, as far as I can tell, it's a little more, like, it's not so concrete as that. It is kind of like, hey, if you use magic, it's gonna come back to bite you in some way. And, like, the reason that Rumpel says it is because he is the deal maker, and so, oftentimes for him, whatever magic he's gonna offer you, he's gonna ask for something in return, and so in that way it can be a specific price of like, I'll give you this, but you need to give me something else in return, and like, sometimes you won't know what you're giving him, or you won't know what a big thing you're giving him, until it's too late. But it can mean something else. It can be that at one point in the show, someone uses magic to try to put someone that they hate under a curse, but actually accidentally on her part, but not accidentally on his part, she ends up putting someone she loves under a curse. And so, like, that's kind of the price of that magic, sort of thing. And so you could use it in all sorts of different ways. You can use it as, like, there's a very concrete price. There's some sort of cost. You need to use your life force, to cast a spell. Or it could be that sort of thing of whenever you use magic, something's gonna happen. Some price is gonna come back to bite you. You don't know what, you don't know when, and you don't know how big of a price it will be. So it's always dangerous to use magic. It could be that you are, getting magic from someone specifically, and they ask something from you. It also makes me think of, I was gonna find it and forgot to, but if someone can find it, please post in the chat. There's like a Tumblr meme out there where it's something like, there's like a spooky shopkeeper and it's like, I warn you, all the items in my shop come with a price. And it's like, I know how shops work. And then, like, I forget the exact progression, but it's just like they keep saying, like, spooky things, and then they keep being like, yeah, I know how taxes work kind of thing. You could totally do that where it's just like, yeah, you buy the magic, you pay a little money. It's normal. It's just a thing. It's a price. The price doesn't have to be, you know, like the life of your loved one or your firstborn child. It can be just money. And it says, so far I have 2 rough drafts, one being that Wallery's magic comes from her inhuman form, which means she cannot show herself to those outside of her family. Another exploring what Zankar gave up for his sword. Interesting. Yeah, that can be it too, that I'm kind of thinking of like when people get the magic. But absolutely you can tell stories about like after they get the magic and they're thinking back to like what they gave up and kind of going, was it worth the price, you know? And it very much relates to like the, you know, demons making contracts for your soul kind of thing, that, ooh, the demon can be like, I will give you magic, but you gotta give me your soul. Sort of thing. Let me look at the stream chat. Korean, I can think of quite a few examples. One Piece, as that's the current show I'm watching. You get powers by eating a devil fruit. So, example, Luffy gets the Gomu Gomu fruit and his body becomes rubber. But the cost, so to speak, you lose the ability to swim. Very direct cost and very, like, I mean, maybe I don't understand, but very unrelated to, like, the power itself. 2, Breath of the Wild, we learn through diaries that when Link gets the Master Sword, he becomes more withdrawn, distant, and mute due to the weight of the burden of what wielding the Master Sword means. Ah, interesting. Yeah, so that's more of a realistic sort of thing, like where you get this really cool thing, but it's a burden, you know? It's not so much like, oh yeah, the sword drains your life force. It's rather just like, ooh, being the hero of Hyrule, you know, is a burden in some ways, and so it takes a toll on him. Yeah, you could totally do that, and that could be a great use where it's like the more you use magic, you know, the more it wears away at you. Not literally like taking away your life force, but just because that's like the inherent effect of it. And that also is kind of thing, like that's something that I want to explore in my own stories, like both at large and my stories for this week, that I myself kind of like the idea of like, there is no light magic and dark magic. There's just magic. But like, it's kind of that idea of like a weapon is a tool, right? So like if you choose to use a sword, that might come with a price. And so like you can use a sword, I mean, let's go to knife. Like you can use a knife for like surgery just as you can use a knife for like murder, you know? And so like, you can use magic to do something good, or you can use magic to do something bad. And, like, that's, especially if you go for the bad option, that's probably gonna cost you. Not because of some spooky yuki magic price, but just because doing a murder has a price to it. You know, using it to do that has a price. And so you can go in that direction too, where it's like, it's not even like this specific magical rebound sort of thing. It's just like, your actions have consequences. Yes, I know how capitalism works. That's what it was. Lit RPG, magic costs mana or MP. Dark fantasy, magic costs blood. Lovecraftian horror, magic costs sanity. Great point! Yeah, that's a really good point, for sure. Things you can give up for magic. Your voice, your lifespan, your intelligence, your body, your time, your soul. Great point. Yeah, that is kind of a thing in these sorts of magic comes with a price stories where I was using the soul example. But yeah, often it is not just money or, you know, yep, you give me like this thing that you made, I'll give you this thing I have. Rather it costs, yeah, your sanity, your body, your soul, your firstborn, like very intense prices. Magic has very intense prices that you don't always see with other types of things. If I remember correctly, in Caraval series by Stephanie Garber, secrets can be used as currency in some parts of the magical town. Ooh, interesting. quote from Lois McMaster's Wujold comes to mind. Do not pay your heart for your heart's desire. Ooh, that's a cool one. I really like that. I also like the werewolf, the Forsaken idea of you gotta sacrifice a baby to the rain spirit or else the frog hosts are gonna take over the town. I was thinking you were also gonna do an inspirational quote that was a lot more specific. In some D&D campaigns, a character of mine was offered to give up her memories or some sort of her lifespan for an item. Yeah, memories is another good example of something very costly that magic can do. Thinking of writing a Lovecraftian story for this prompt, and now you can just trade sanity for magic boons. That's not how it works. Maybe in your universe. Fair enough. Yes, so very excited about that. I think that I already know what the challenge is going to be, so I'll just say what I'm thinking about. So, because this prompt comes from a line from a beloved show of mine, I was thinking it could be fun to make the challenge this week include some reference to a beloved piece of media of yours, be it a TV show or movie or a book or a comic, like whatever. Pick, a beloved, story that beloved story that you love, a story that you love, and make some sort of reference to it, be it a line one of the characters say, or like an object that they have, or something. And then if you do that, do make sure that you say in the notes, what the reference was. Looks like TV Tropes has a whole trope page for it called A Power at a Price. Very interesting. And yeah, it totally makes sense. And that is kind of a thing. That's a thing in Once Upon a Time as well, is that there is this dichotomy between love and power. And so, like, the villains who value power above all else, they think that love is weakness, because if you love something, then, like, other people can use that against you, right? That, like, it's the classic, like, let me have what I want or I'll shoot your girlfriend, sort of thing that the villains do. And so, if you want power, you have to give up love. You can't love anything, otherwise whatever you love will be a threat to your power. But instead, if you care about love, then, like, of course, that's what, like, the good guys are about, and love is magic, and in some cases, love is power, or the people who care about love don't really care about power, sort of thing. I mean, there's lots of different nuances to it. I'm not explaining well, but it definitely is that idea of not just magic comes at a price, or with a price, but power comes with a price, and magic is power. And that is part of why I think magic often comes at such a high price, is because it is, power that you shouldn't have, like really big power in some cases, or abilities that you shouldn't naturally have. So you have to give up, something natural to you, like your sanity, to have it. Material components are valuable, darling. What is that from? I can think of examples, but still unsure what to write. Fair enough. By sheer coincidence, I actually managed to write the challenge before you announced it. That's fantastic. That's awesome. The first line that came to my mind, for your teeth. What is that? That the price? Nice. Alrighty, Rue. Oh yeah, I didn't actually show the what the poll looks like. Oh wait, what? Where is it? Oh, I was like scrolled up. Yeah, there you go. I think that's the first time I've been able to use the wand thing. By the way, if like one of your prompts gets through and you don't like the emote that I chose for it and it like doesn't win and it might come back, feel free to tell me. You can be like, hey, can you please pick this emote for the prompt? And I can do that. Sometimes I don't know what emotes to pick. By the way, those sounds are the kitty knocking paint. not like spilling paint, but just like enclosed little paint thingies, little model paints. She's knocking them down. Not even intentionally, not doing like the cat bap thing. She's just like stretching out and knocking them off. It's a holiday thing in a banned religion. Wild. Very excited to see what you guys do with this prompt. Very happy that you guys liked it. And it warms my heart that this milestone prompt was this. I don't know that it means anything to anyone else, but I'm happy about it. Who do you guys want me to raid? And while you're giving me somebody to raid, if you're not read here on stream, you're not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. They happen in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, and the backup queue. It's first come, first serve, so if you submit first, then you'll be read first. You can hang out and lurk. You can submit your story to read it to others. You can have somebody else read your story to others. Whatever you want to do. A lot more back and forth discussion and voice. It's a good time. Yeah, like Warhammer paint. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can maybe show it to you, actually. Yeah, I see your foot just hanging off the edge. There you go. There are the paints. I don't know if I flipped you off accidentally. I'm sorry if I did. But there are the paints. Join us or else it'll come at a price. Yeah, you'll have to pay the price. Exactly. I have no idea. I have no idea what that means. The coffin cam is a better is like better quality. Like this camera is a little fuzzy, so that one's better quality. But I don't know if you saw it, but it has lines over the screen when there's movement, and so it is a double-edged sword. Lady Winter Author is live. Ooh, that sounds like a person that's a writer that we would like. I don't know if we've rated them before. Interlaced, gotcha. If you know do you know what causes that? Do you know how to stop that? This is very annoying. I wish I knew what you were saying. Oh, there's the ad. I gotta hit the raid button. Okie dokie. Goodbye, Aerith. Oh, you cannot pay the price now. You can also, if you cannot pay the price now, you can also pay for easy installments or a monthly period. If you cannot give up your firstborn, you can pay in installments of your next 3 children. Alrighty, room. Okie dokie. I am excited to see what you guys do with this prompt. So, yes, I will see you all next week. I hope that your lives are full of magic and that you don't have to pay too high a price. Goodbye.